Ticker APLD. I grabbed those 27s off the bottom. Look like it's ready to push. APLD.
Energy Fuels, they sold this thing off at the beginning, and they bought it right back up. It's currently up 1.2%. It's a V bottom this thing put in.
I didn't follow
You.
Rigetti's pushing today. I saw some flow yesterday, but I didn't follow it. There's a golden sweep yesterday on it.
Move up stops on the Citigroup C110 calls, pushing $3 a contract now, 292.
Let's go.
Yes, sir, Citigroup.
Golden sweep on BABA, 3.4 million in premium for the 170s for October 17th.
Bro, everything is Magoo.
Yeah,
Also-
no, right. Ticker BLNK. Grabbed comments on those a couple days ago. Look like it's trying to catch that bid early. BLNK.
Yeah.
Also, taking a trim here on the CDE calls for January 16, 2026. I don't know who put me on these anymore, but
That might have been me.
Yeah, it probably was you. 100% on the CDE January 2026 calls for 20C.
Boom.
Thank you, Kev. Although you don't like hearing thanks anyway, so whatever.
Buy this.
I'm just being real, bro. I give credit even if people don't want it. I'm a firm believer in that.
Got Irish or Scottish blood in me, so when people are nice to me, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can't give credit for beer for shorty home builders, so no. Can't nope.
Ticker Hertz HTZ looking like it's finally ready to get that push. I've been hanging out in these 7.5s for October since the 12th, since the 12th, and I've been hanging out in these commons at $6. So let's see if we can get this push.
Keep an eye
HTZ.
on BA potential revert double top.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I doubt it's a double top though.
Yeah, same, but I'm just keeping an eye on it. I'm hoping it pulls back just a bit so I can add a little bit more.
I don't think it's going to pull back as far as you want it to. I think it's going to hang out right here until it's ready for this next leg up. It's not going to pull back. I don't know how far you want it to pull back. I don't see it pulling back further than 217.50 if it even gets that low.
All right, ticker update. Those HAL calls I just got into 15% and pushing. I don't know who's pushing this bid up. I'm taking my trims here.
Bro,
ticker. UNH out at 250% called out yesterday.
Good job.
I followed those BABA 17s, 170s for October 17th. Calls.
These
Ticker. Recursion Pharmaceuticals, RX, that's Romeo X-Ray. Romeo X-Ray is getting a bid this morning. It's $5.09 right now, currently up 2.21%. They tried to sell it off early, and now they're buying it.
Ticker CSX. The volume is definitely pouring in on CSX right now. 3 white soldiers on a 10-minute.
Oh, I did buy commons in ABAT yesterday. Nice. Didn't even realize.
Ticker FCEL looking like it's ready to clear $10 and keep on pushing. I got a common position at $6.
That's the natural gas / hydrogen play, right?
Yes, sir.
That thing seems the best.
I have him and his little brothers, Plug Power and Ballard Power.
He said his little brother.
If you want picks and shovels, I have to do some due diligence, but look into liquefied gas companies. It's for a while. That's how they have to transport it.
New trigger, Best Buy BBY, 1 month out. So October 24th, 76. Those are 40 delta calls. So long 76 calls for October 24th BBY. Let's see, one more here. Not Amgen, sorry, Adco, which I called yesterday. So we'll skip that. Again, Marriott. It's a put spread. I will skip that. All right, we'll stick to this for now. Let me review the other triggers. There's a whole bunch that triggered right now.
Ticker VOLD Voldy over the zero line and is pushing. It's just straight Magoo on Voldy. So the market is full Magoo, bro.
Yeah, this market's insane right now.
This is nuts.
Just
Kind
remember,
of said,
Bull Bear, when I step away, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
New high day on those HAL cons, 160, 163. Move up stops.
I added on that pullback there on Boeing. But I'm down just to my 230 contracts. I'm adding to those.
IREN pushing up to 42.80. Had a little pullback, but it's curling back. The $40 calls for January are now 175%. I'm still holding full position minus one trim yesterday.
Well, this might be interesting for you guys. TNA, that's 3 times levered small cap bull ETF. Some call flows coming in for that. $50 strikes for September for this Friday. Not a huge amount of premium, but bullish if you're in IWM.
Well, which one? The TNA?
TNA, yeah.
Yeah, I
You're hitting
hate
the
that,
50.
but I'll try it because I'm bullish IWM. Do you mind repeating what you said?
So Fridays, $50 strikes.
Thank you, brother. Oh, wow. 2,800 cons loaded for 50 cents a pop.
Boom. Boeing.
KR
Off to the races.
almost 2%.
About to say that.
Okay, ticker. Coal Stores KSS, that's Kilo Sierra Sierra. This week's $19 call. They're buying it 17,063 contracts against an open interest of 943.
Nice, thank you. So Boeing is off to the races. Ticker. Boeing is off to the races. But also, if you look, fuel cell FCEL chart looks exactly like Boeing's right now.
What's the fuel cell ticker?
FCEL.
Thank you.
Ticker rig. That's your torquey play for the services. They are up over 10%. So when people laugh at saying why you play rig, it's because it's got torque. Just it's kind of like a leverage play. There you go.
Yeah, that thing rips when it rips.
Exactly.
Ticker. Speaking of rips when it rips, SOUN clearing 18.5 and is full bull. I closed those 18s early and rolled out to those 20s like I said I would. Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Today's one of those days it's hard to keep track of tickers because there's so many things playing.
Yeah. I just grabbed SLNH comments.
Yeah, I grabbed the comments earlier this morning and probably at this price.
Yep.
Still a strange just observation. VIX up, market up. That's strange to me. Keep going.
I know I'm in at 265. That's not going to last though. That happens all the time. Out of the day, that happens, repeatedly, 1 or 2 times out of the day. I've noticed recently, so it's not going to remain the same. You'll see the divergence.
Goldman Sachs and the financials are ripping higher. Goldman Sachs up 2%. The regionals are up. The Creed carries up. That's really bullish markets.
Hey, Monative, you here, bro? Yo, the they're really pumping CSX, guys, up almost 3%.
I just added to my SLNH. So
Yeah.
A lot of
Big
float
Bear AI.
for Google.
Big Bear AI is 13% at $8 and pushing again. It popped up. Looks like it's trying to bull flag and pop up again.
Yeah, I think Google's about to break out right now.
Montip, do we know why oil is ripping in oil services? Even PBR is up almost 2.5%. Does anyone have a thesis real quick?
Mine is just capital rotation. They're so beat up. They're primed. They're kind of running out of other things.
Well, if they
Gotta
run
beat
the
that all-time
economy,
high.
if they run the economy hot, and I think that's every country. You know, China's saying they're not, but I think they are. Europe and U.S. that oil's going to go.
Yeah,
Not
well,
gonna
that's the
stay.
thing is oil's priced as if we're going to be in a recession right now. I saw some, I forget where I was reading, but they're calling for like $200 a barrel by sometime next year in the like near-ish future.
I don't know, man.
That's a bit insane, I know.
Yeah, very insane. You'd only get that if you have like massive supply disruptions, dude. Massive. That means
yeah, all those predictions are always insane numbers. Like they'll never hit them. They've never hit none of the numbers.
Real quick, Open Doors down 8% after top shareholders sell about 95 million worth of shares.
someone sold last night like 11 million. I posted that. I was telling people that your exit liquidity in that name.
I was saying short it, and everyone's like, don't short that. It's too much momentum.
Oh, Martin Stricker, whatever the fuck his name is, he's gonna have a field day on open short.
Nope, he covered at a loss. He said he's out.
Oh, he covered at a
Yeah,
loss.
he said he was
Never mind.
he shorted at 8. He covered like when it went to 11. That guy's he's an Ion Q short, bro. Ion Q and all your bunch of rotation. That's what he does, guys. That's what his expertise is in.
All right, ticker took some more HAL $25 call November 21st. Trims here at 30%. Put a trailing stop at 11 cents off the bid.
But yeah, this ain't finna be a double top and drop. This finna be a double top and pop.
Yes, sir.
Double top and pop, baby.
I
XY.
mean, it's looking like it's trying to pull back now, but we're going higher, bro. Trust me.
Ticker XYZ printed a hanging man on the 10-minute, came down.
So is crude up? CL? Does anyone have that on their chart?
1.7%.
So here's what you're seeing. You don't want oil to crash because that means you have a slowing economy. When people are like, we need oil down to $40, that means you're in a recession, dude. That means there's no activity. So you want a healthy oil market, and then you also want banks up. So like that's a good sign for the economy. I'm not talking economy, not markets. Just quick 10,000 foot macro. And then diesel, anytime you look at diesel for inputs to companies, they're like number one company input cost, is diesel. Ticker Nectar up almost 4%, $60, going to 100. Did I just foobar the whole place? Did I screw up?
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
We're just totally dead.
But you didn't ask a question though, bro. You didn't ask a question. You made a statement.
Okay, fair enough.
Trump
I wanted
is
to say,
crazy.
Kevin, all those
Market
fucking
right
Yo, you guys want me to play this? Trump is talking. Yes.
Okay,
no?
yeah,
Go ahead, play it.
No longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives.
Can you guys hear it?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this
You guys hear
very
it?
United Nations complex. We have others remember so well. And, you know, I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you Marlboro.
He's introducing himself.
They're going to give you Terraza.
Bro, he's a full narcissist.
I'm
Come
going
on.
to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you.
Yo, he's looking at the camera like he's talking
But
to
they
his
decided to
like
go in
a
another
chick.
direction, which was much more expensive at the time.
Oh, that's true because he's in love with the camera.
Yeah. A far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their
Ticker Shamur CC is 2.35% higher today and getting a bid this morning.
It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even.
Ticker RCAT. Red Cat grabbed those 15s yesterday. Red Cat is pushing currently up 11% and full bull.
Let's go.
Gold futures rolling over.
They still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors, U.S. interests throughout the region, and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs. on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. Is everyone?
I don't know, they're having connection issues at the UN, apparently.
Yeah, he ain't talking about shit anyway.
Yeah.
Tesla is breaking down.
Monative, I trimmed some of those CSX, bro. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Ticker. Pay attention. Viking, the CEO, is going to do a presentation today on the 17-week trials. He'll talk about sub-Q and the oral. So if good news comes out, that stock might pop. So just keep an eye on it.
Do you know at what time today?
11:30, I think. 11:20. I just posted it. Let me see. 11:20 a.m. Eastern time.
Uber in full breakdown mode. UBER, full bear.
You guys want me to continue playing this, or are you good?
I don't think so, but
I'm
Yeah.
good, bro.
Okay,
He
cool.
wasn't talking about shit.
yeah, I can't stand him just kissing his own ass. Like, what a fucking idiot. Only Jeffrey gets to do that. Not the goddamn president of the United States. Ticker. Your PDD gone.
Man, I was looking at it earlier, consolidating, and I just was, I hesitated.
That's your. I barely play that one, so you play it more than me.
Baba, that's starting to build a flag. Nice reversal candle on the 10-minute.
Yeah. So what happened with the pull down? That is the CCP basically came out and said they're in no rush to stimulate the economy, but at the same time you're having the biggest Stock Connect southbound purchases of these stocks that Chinese are buying. That's why Bob is up a lot.
A lot of MU call flow coming in. So earnings after hours today.
Yeah, I think Monative mentioned something about that too. That there's a lot of call flow coming in from Micron. I think he said weeklies. Is that what you're seeing?
Yep, 190 strike.
Yeah, I think that's the same one he mentioned. Your CHPT charge point up 3.28% today. Charge point.
I'm looking to take 4150 calls for Friday for KWeb. 34 cents.
Citigroup 110 calls 3.15 and pushing. Move up stops, guys. Over $100 a contract.
Nice.
You've been on that one. Good job, dude.
Thank you, brother. 98s, 99, 100s, 105s, 110s.
And
We just
before I was rudely cut off by Kevin. Kevin, I'm just kidding. Don't jump on me. I wanted to say your plug power and all those fucking fuel cells and all that. Just monster calls, bro. Amazing calls. Dude, if he finds it before they move.
Even the dog giving you a shout out, bro.
Can you imagine
I don't
playing
always
that?
find them before they move. I get lucky sometimes. I like to say, but I mean, I make a lot of errors too. So I mean, I ain't no different than nobody else.
Ticker EOSE, double bottomed on the 10-minute, bouncing. Looks pretty good here. EOSE up 1.32%.
I know KView is making it hard as hell to hold these goddamn calls, man.
I'm holding them, bro.
Yeah, I got time, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look at it today.
Ooh, little name that we're all, some of us are in. Clover up almost 10%, 9% today, breaking over $3 in a hard way, 327. Maybe that name's starting to get discovered.
You see that, Big Kev? As soon as you mention it, look what it did. Yeah.
Right.
You just wanted some love, bro.
So no, 23 cents looks like the low of these contracts. So
Yeah.
So real quick,
I think we're pretty good.
Yeah.
on BBAI, when BBAI breaks 7, it goes to 11, right? Like every time. So BBAI probably has a date with $11.
Ticker Joby Aviation, JOBY. That's Juliet Oscar Bravo Yankee, is currently up 4%. My $15 calls went in the money. My 3 October 15 calls went in the money. I decided to roll those up and out to the 17s on the 10th of October for an 80-cent credit.
Yeah, boy. Joby One Kenobi. That's my baby right there, you heard? Treat her nice, dog.
I think UNH wants to go back to 355s. That's already, I mean, shit, it's 5 points away now. That thing's mooning.
I'm gonna trim one of these two core weave position I have, 130 for September 2026, up 51%, $1,500 on this runner. One runner left in core weave. Or Jeffrey,
Oh, what's Sona?
is that Dora the Explorer you're watching?
I have no idea. Benice just climbed into the bed and listened to
Uh,
my iPad. I didn't know I was on mute. Thank God he told me before something embarrassing really happens. Well, and my boy down there, Andrew, who always says don't play rig. Rig's up over 11%. Andrew slapped
he
Evan.
can't help himself.
Can't.
He can't.
Why are you playing rig? Well, that's got torque.
It used to not be like that, but lately, it really moves.
Love you, Andrew. Son of a bitch. See, there he goes. I knew it. Tom's down. Do play rig.
Yeah, if Boeing can't hold this level right here, it's coming back to 215 that Big Kev was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Like I said, as long as 215 hold, we good.
Yeah.
Beard, what you got for MVST? This thing has just been chugging along nicely since I was talking about it a few days ago.
NVST?
Mike.
M. Okay. MVST.
Michael Victor Silo Tango. Mary Victor Michael, whatever.
It's not enough to really say anything. Most positioning is at $4. Yeah, peak pause is at $4. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's enough to really say anything.
I added some 5.5s for November.
Ticker, out of ASTS, I bought the October $55 calls last week off of my pattern that I told people in here. 300%.
What was that? SPX, Jeffrey?
ASTS.
Oh, my, okay. Space Mobile, okay. Nice play.
So I posted an S why I played it. What I think is some of the most easiest reads, like the most bullish patterns, is when a say a bearish pattern breaks down and reverses, or a bullish pattern breaks down and reverses. Those are the easiest plays to grab. And if you see ASTS up there in the nest, it was a head and shoulders pattern that broke down. So broke the neckline, which means bearish, right? I'm talking to the people that may not understand this. And then it reversed back up through the neckline. That's when you buy, because it's reversing the bearish pattern, and that's always bullish. That runs hard afterwards. So just FYI. So when you look at patterns that reverse, that's super bullish the other way. That's FYI.
Ticker REKR up 2% today. I just grabbed another 2,000 shares in REKR. Total position is 7,000 shares KR.
And we do have beginner traders and beginner investors and stuff in here, because I get DMs all the time. So
Ticker.
Go ahead, Kev.
Triple D. Grab $3 calls for October. Long as it stays above the high, long as it stays above today's low.
Wait, you said double D or
Triple D.
oh, triple D?
You grabbing some triple Ds?
I'm gonna grab the double D's first, though. Let's see.
I've grabbed a couple of those in my life.
All right, moving on.
Your wife must not be home because
Moving
you would
on.
be dead right now.
Move on.
3D.
But honestly, I think maybe the what kind of technology is that? That's the
3D printer.
3D print. I think that might have its day in the sun here. I mean, why can't you 3D print these drones and parts for drones, and like one of these days this is going to be a great industry. Like
They're already using it, Jeffrey.
yeah,
to
Yeah,
make certain
I
things.
agree. I mean, but you're not seeing it in the stock yet.
No, there is.
industrials have been using it for a while.
Build is using the ETF. I keep telling everybody, BULD has a couple companies that's using 3Ds already, but it's an ETF.
The problem with 3D printing is it's slow, so you're not
Yes.
really going to scale it.
But they're using it.
prototyping.
They're using it mostly in the space. What is it? ISS making 3D prints already for components that's broken.
Yeah, so you're not ever going to scale a 3D printing because it's much slower than other like die cutting or casting or anything like that.
Yeah. Machines. It's new. Gotta give it time.
The biggest advantage that I can see for 3D printing is that it enables manufacturing of parts that would ordinarily be unmanufacturable, like things that actually connect to each other in like looping through each other.
So yeah, I just grabbed this one today, but the one y'all need to be in my personal opinion, is SSYS Stratasys, or however the fuck you say that damn name. Yeah, I just been averaging into the January 15s.
I grabbed 3M 170 calls for January 2026. 3M. Yeah, Big Kev, this chart looks good, bro. 1 hour on this SSYS. All time frames look good.
Yeah, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Yeah.
This is another Debbie Wasserman Schultz one.
Jeffrey, that ticker I told you about, BULD, I got in at $22.99. It's at $26. Those have, again, a lot of 3D companies. It's an ETF, BULD.
See how useful information just gets glossed over.
Sorry.
What is the never mind, I'll look at it, bro. Thanks.
No problem.
No problem. Look at that Boeing bounce, boy.
The expense ratio is pretty low too, bro. That's what I was asking.
Say that again.
The expense ratio on this BULD.
Yeah, I got in a while ago. I was looking at it, that and the data center I was telling you guys is an ETF, so I'm giving it years to play out, and then I could probably live off the dividend, if it plays like a dividend.
Oh, they have Autodesk in here. Interesting. Hold on. That's babes. Lam Research KLA. They have that one that you just talked about, Big Kev, SSYS. Applied Materials, ASML.
One-stop shop.
Yeah, this is a one-stop shop. This dude is still talking, guys.
So apparently the teleprompter is broken, so he's just gonna go.
Oh, he's going to have a field day right now.
Guys,
Crazy
pay
too. He's
attention.
addressing the UN.
Avgo breaking out here. High of day.
He's addressing the UN, and he's talking about the renovations he's going to do in the White House.
This guy, bro.
Some Intel calls are coming over. $34 strikes for November 21st. $250K in premium.
$850. This could go to $850. $850.
Bro, he literally said.
You have a hot mic.
Oh, my bad.
That MU stock everybody's talking about, I've been holding that since $33.
Micron?
Yeah, remember I've been telling you guys years?
Jesus Christ, bro. Congrats.
Thanks.
Sell it and buy a condo.
Nah, I got a different plan, bro.
I've been mentioning to you guys about Micron. I'm in the 185s for December.
I mean, that chart just so strong. It just broke out blue skies.
Yeah, those are the floor I called out yesterday. The
Yeah,
12,
we got those
19,
yesterday.
180s.
Yep.
Yes, sir. We chilling in those.
A ton of Microsoft puts just came in. for 5/10s,
Right. The fuck?
October
Oh.
24s. Yeah, basically at.
We're getting a nice little pullback here on some of this tech.
You know what? I think I might grab some Autodesk calls here, bro. I like this monthly and weekly chart and ADSK.
Look at IBIT, IBIT.
Yeah, I'm in that That's RBT. The $50 calls for June 2026 up 30%.
Nice.
You got a bearish candle on. I think that it goes back to under $3, but what do I know?
Jeffrey, they were talking about that last night too, right? Open.
Yeah. Well, me and that guy got he got a big fight with me the night before when I what are you gonna do? But I'm glad he could change his mind, so he did good.
I would be personally. I'd be cautious about getting puts at this point.
Yeah, there's too much of a big
I think
move.
he'll bounce back
Yeah,
up.
it's possible. I would have been out if you had. I wanted to get in puts, but I dealt with too much other shit yesterday.
I do see some open calls coming through. Not a lot, but here and there. So people are trying to play the bounce. $8 calls for the end of October.
Are they block trade or sweeps?
No, just bot calls.
Okay.
I don't see. No, it's not enough premium to know to go like a special routing. There's no.
Yeah. Yeah, if it can't get over 7, if it gets over 780 and holds, then it should continue going up. But if it can't get over 780, it's coming back down to $7 at least.
Yeah, well, it's filled the gap right from the high of Monday or Friday. I think it was Monday. Yeah,
There, check this one on open. I see a double leg call, 9.5 and 10 weekly. Someone paid 2.6 million above ask premium. It's about 84K contract on each leg.
What's that spread?
Yeah, I see
9.5 and 10.
Yeah, I
weekly.
see it.
Ticker. SOUN up 10.5% over $19. Next level I have up is $20.50.
I'm dying.
Joby is up 5.1% today. Let's go. Full Magoo, baby. I need to start exercising. The Joby $12 call for January 2027 up 92%.
Ticker, Fortinet, FTNT, that's Foxtrot Tango, November Tango, currently up 1% today. They tried selling it off at the open, and it is kind of getting a pump. Bull Bear, can you look at the daily on this? Tell me if that's your 3 white soldiers pattern.
On which one again?
Fortinet, FTNT, Foxtrot Tango, November Tango.
Yes, looks like it, bro.
There's some flow, I guess. 700,000 call buyers for rig expiry February 26th. They bought the 350 calls at 72 cents, almost $1 million. And then another name. Let me see if I can find it. Where'd it go?
Yeah, FTNT Fortinet looks strong, bro. Not
Yeah,
just on the daily. It looks strong on that weekly time frame. Look at the monthly.
that's
Look
what
at
I'm
the
looking
weekly.
at.
No, I'm talking to the person who brought it up.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, Silencius. Look at that. Not just the daily time frame. Look at the weekly time frame. You see how you got those 4 green candles after the consolidation from the bottom back in August. That $70 August low.
I'm in it.
Exxon Mobil is on a breakout on the hourly. XOM. Good relative volume, good momentum.
QS, a $1 million call buyer, but that's for the middle of next year. QS, they bought way in the money, deep in the money, $2.59, I think. And then the other one, TTD, this one popped out. $45 calls for November. Almost $1 million, 823. TTD is an interesting name for me. 100,000 call buyer for Clover, October 17th, 100,000. 16 cents for 350 calls.
QS is getting better at batteries, and I think they signed a big deal with Dubai to use their batteries and their technology.
Ticker TDOC Teladoc. I'm gonna trim these $9 calls for January 2026 up 50%. Teladoc is pushing right now.
Ticker. Boeing's found its bottom. It's starting to pump now.
Yeah, Teladoc is up almost 5% today.
I'm following the flow into TTD. We'll see. It's expensive. $6.80 for November. 45 calls.
Yeah. V-shaped recovery is full bull right now.
Uber had some a pretty big call flow come in. 1.5 million premium for November 21st. $100 strikes. They're playing the bounce on Uber.
Yeah, I'm just in chill mode right now, dog. I don't think I'm gonna add anything else. Yo, look at Teladoc. Teladoc breaking out, guys.
Ticker. Just added Rivian. $18 calls October 17th, locking in profit on the 15.5 for next week. Rivian's breaking that 15.5 mark. I think it's headed to 17.
Ticker Halliburton, HAL, 1.7 million call buyer for November. That's oil services company Halliburton. IonQ, 1 million put buyer weekly contracts for IonQ. 71 puts for September 26th. BBAI, 339 call buyer weekly, $8 calls for September.
Ticker QBTSD wave in breakout mode, full bull. QBTS.
That's the one that just had that raise, right? And then it went down 10%, and then you said get in. Is that the one? Remember we talked about this?
I don't remember, bro. I don't know.
Well, I think it is, and you nailed the fucking bottom. You nailed it.
Ticker Planet Lab. Planet Lab is PL. Ticker PL is Papa Lima, currently up 5.67%, flagging, and looks like it wants to go higher.
Not feeling good about Boeing right now. Just not getting the volume on that bounce.
One more comment on Planet Lab is that it is now above its IPO price and looks like it wants to try it for its all-time highs.
I feel real good about that bounce. I feel good, bro. You serious?
Maybe I'm just in my head. I think that's why this is my only trade that I'm managing right now.
Bro, if this holds this level right here, I love it. Because it's another, well, okay, so it's a hold of 217, so it didn't even breach 217. So we only have to worry about 215 now. Now we're just worrying about 217 holding up.
I gotta learn patience sometimes.
Boeing yesterday said that they started assembling the F-47, the NGAD. It will be ready to fly 2028.
What's going on with Marvell? Why is that a laggard? And do you like it here, Monitor?
The last quarter was good. We've not had any announcements from Amazon. I think Amazon or Meta, the largest business that's supposed to come in for them for the custom ASIC. We've not seen any announcements yet, so possibly that's the overhang.
Beard, you got in before I did, so I know you green as hell. So you just itchy to lock in those profits, is what it seems like to me. Because there's no way you're red. Because I'm green.
Thanks, Monitor.
Bro, let's let the move play out. It's gonna go back to 220. Let's see if we can get that 220 break. And if it heads back up there and tests that 220 again, this time we should get the break.
Ticker UNH breaking 350.
Lotto size ticker PG 165 calls 1121 for less than $1.
They're really slamming Microsoft on puts, 510s for October 24th. Ton of premium.
How you liking that BA volume now, bro?
I'm feeling much better.
Energy Fuels, you breaking out again at all-time highs and up 5%.
One thing I hate about my broker is that when the bid-ask spread is wide, it always takes the absolute lowest one. Even though if I'd sell it, I could sell it for way higher. So
Wait, what you said about the bid price? I didn't hear that.
No, just in general, it's my broker. It always takes the lowest, so every time you have a position, it just shows red, and then you sell it, and you'll make money.
What broker is that?
Questrade. It's a shit broker.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Hey, ticker, GNRC, Generac. Selling off here. 3 black crows on a 10-minute chart, and it's continuing to sell. GNRC.
Hey, SUN $19 calls are green 10% if you want.
Oh shit! A ton of Home Depot puts just came through. 405s for October 10th. HD.
Ticker ERJ 10-minute huge candle on the 10-minute. Nice bounce there, double bottom on the 10-minute. Nice boner candle ERJ.
ONON, maybe somebody called this out, but there's a very large flow there. 46.5 strikes, so in the money strike for 10/17, so October 17th, 5,000 contracts. Paid $1 million for that.
RCAT looks like an evening star on the 10-minute RCAT. The AEO, our Morningstar reversal on AEO. Next target up is 1920 on AEO.
Monative, you mentioned on. I'm already in October 50 calls, but the daily chart looks really good. We are now curling up the RSI and MACD and also EMA 21. So I'm looking to 50 first and then 55 and 60.
Ticker LLY, Lily. It's like a 10-minute H double top on Lily LLY.
Ticker Hyliion Holdings, HYLN, that's Hotel Yankee Lima November, up 10% today and touching new highs of the day and getting a bid today.
Okay, ONON, another big flow, 2 million this time, same 46.5 strike, 9,500 contracts. So same strike. So we've got almost, we have 14,500 contracts in two tranches. That's massive, guys. 3.06 million.
Ticker Meta, META, 10-minute nice bounce on the 10 and the 15-minute. V-shaped recovery. Looks good right here. It needs to hold this level. Needs to get over 770 for continuation on Meta. It looks good. I'm getting a buy signal on the 10-minute and 15-minute for Meta. Up almost 10% today. PSQH.
Okay, real quick. Look, it could be a break below and fail. Just keep watching SPX. This is an important line. ES is at this support line. If we break down, I did grab puts, 66.70s here for SPX.
I know I was in that this morning and I freaking fucking stop out.
Well, we got to break through this support here, both on ES. ES is looking like it's about to, and on SPX. We'll see what it wants to do.
I think once it breaks at 66.85, 89, we could probably see 66.81 to 66.75.
Big Kev, your CDLX looks good right here on the 10 and 15 minute, man. It's up 10% and pushing CDLX.
Let's go.
I need to try GoPro.
There is this ticker TGEN, TGEN. We are breaking now $10 call. I think I heard one first from Georgie about this ticker. So it's like, air conditioning and for the data centers. So I'm looking here for 12.5, and above that I see GEX, positive GEX at 17.5.
What's that ticker?
TGEN.
Thank you.
Couldn't fucking unmute this motherfucker, man. It's draining me.
I figured you were probably on the phone or something.
Nah, I heard you. I was trying to unmute the shit. Now, Silences, he kind of stepped up to kill the silence, but bro, I would just mute this mic, this app.
This app, man. It's this app.
So I closed out those 20s on BKKT a minute ago, but look at this thing, man. Still strong. BKKT. Up 25% on the day. IBM full bear intraday. Took the blows out. Yeah. It's got to blow out.
Got to blow out. Let's go.
Yeah, I heard you mention Wrecker. Wrecker looked like it wants to still keep going. Yeah. Energizer Bunny.
Yes, sir. And these 3M calls I just grabbed are up 12% or $60 a contract on 3M. Looks good on a 15-minute, forming a cup right here. So it should get a nice little push on 3M.
So here's one that I talked about the other day, Roku. So Roku had a sell down and a nice bounce. Look at that daily time frame. I'm in the 155s for January, man, and I mean Roku's holding up nice.
Yeah, we're in those together. I'm down $7.
Yeah, down $8.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But look at that daily. Look at that bounce. This thing is ready to go. This is a ticking time bomb ready to blow up.
Mm-hmm.
Question, is Roku a buyout candidate?
Yo, look at the 15-minute on this, bro. It's a nice Morningstar reversal. It's been nonstop buying.
Nonstop buying since.
Yep. It might be a buyout candidate.
I don't know. Possible. Definitely possible. Who you thinking, Apple?
You know, they need to catch up. They need to do something.
That would be big for Apple. Apple needs something. Like, I mean,
they need to do something for sure. And you know what I was thinking with Apple? There's already AI in the new phones. So for the people thinking that Apple is behind on AI theme, they're really not, because there's.
I don't know. I don't want to turn this into Apple. Let's get back to Roku.
I'm looking at maybe Netflix.
Netflix.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so Roku got the Roku channel, right? So
Exactly.
that's another ad. That's another ad revenue stream. Like, so the Roku channel is free, so you got all
Exactly.
ad revenue from that. Plus, you have the option to opt out of the ad version of it to paying like what $3 or $4 a month. So that's to me that's consistent money that's going to continue to come in. That's a dark horse revenue generator that I ain't heard nobody talk about.
I added that ONON. I got it at $2 even. So ONON October 46.5 calls.
You said ONON $26 calls for what?
ONON October 46.5 calls. So that's $2 even.
I like that. I'm gonna keep that on watch. This pullback looked like it could. I don't know. It could pull back a little further. So I want to see if this pullback holds or not. But I do like that.
Yeah, I'm just following the flow there. That's it.
You got them for $2?
Yeah.
They're $2.50. I see.
What?
No, you're not looking at the right contract, Jeff.
Oh, what did I grab?
October 17th, 46.50s.
Oh, I grabbed 45.50s. God damn it.
Don't.
Actually,
Keeping the
that's a
money.
heck of a trade. Leave it.
Yeah,
45.50
I'm
for
already up
250 is
50 cents.
incredible.
I'm already up 50 cents.
Yeah, that's better trade. Just keep it.
Ticker LMND Lemonade. $70 calls for January 2026. Up 40%, $235 a contract and pushing. Lemonade getting a lot of volume right now, up 2.5%.
So currently they're defending.
Shoot, it looked like those 46.50s are nice for October 17th. Is that what you got? The 46.50s?
Yeah, that's where the flow is. This
Yeah, I
flow
see it.
of
I like that.
20,000 contracts. And
Yeah,
if
I
you
like
keep,
that. That's the first thing I saw. I was like, oh shit.
yeah, and they bought it above ask.
But
I
look at this
walked.
Look at this pullback. I'm finna get a really good. Buy-in.
Sorry, I walked away for 10 minutes. I missed the contract we're talking about.
We're talking ONON 46.5 October 17.
Thank you.
See how they bounced off this support area at 6688. Same with a little bit of a break below and fail on the support line on ES, but it's bouncing hard here. They're defending here.
Yeah, I think it'll hold right here. ONON is a good buy. I like it. I'm with you. I'm convinced by that weekly setup.
Did you see the flow for TGG, Monative?
No, I'm just filtering the very large flows. Let me look.
Yeah, I'm gonna move my stops up on these GoPro $2 calls for April of next year. From 63 to 145 right now on GoPro.
Yeah, I
GPE.
see it. I see
Yeah,
it.
GoPro's been trucking lately.
Yeah.
Ticker Genius Sports, GENI, that's Golf Echo November India, currently up 2% and getting a bid.
Huge flow for target. Give me a second. I'm going to call this out. So this is looks like a multi-leg trade for almost 12 million. So they sold the 60 put for December, bought the 90 call for December, and sold the 120 call for December. Again, they sold a put and a call spread. Okay, they bought a call spread. So this is, I would say, so net net, this would be a $3 million trade if you take the debits and credits off each other, right? If you offset them, it's a three. So cash outlay is about 3 million, 2.5 million, let's call it. It's a massive trade. So again, it's all December contracts, December monthly close, 12/18. They sold the 60 put to buy the 90/120 call spread.
Which one you're talking about? On? I'm sorry, dude.
No,
I got pulled away. Was it TTD?
There's a
Bro, we moving on.
there's a saying in Tamil that's perfect for what you just did, but it'll go over everybody's head, so I'm gonna skip it.
Monative,
Joby,
I see that.
Joby look like it's ready for that next leg up. Joby, RCAT Red Cat look like it's ready for its next leg up. Keep an eye on HTZ Hertz looking like it's building up strength for that next leg up.
Monative, I'm looking at that target trade, that TGT trade. It looks like the call side of that is a ratio because I see 5,000 at the 90 strike and 10,000 at the 120 strike.
You're right. You're right.
Let's go, Joby One Kenobi, baby.
I mean, they're really expecting it to go up, right? But they don't expect it to go below. They expect it to stay below 120. So in effect, they're selling 15,000 contracts to buy 5,000 long contracts.
I'm gonna put this in the simulator, see what the hell they're doing.
So you would use a ratio when you expect to, when you have a lot of, underlying stock and you expect it to move, but not not above your short strike. See, your out short strike. So you want it, you do ratio when you want it to move up, but not beyond, a certain number, or you're confident it's not going to move beyond your second strike. So that's a ratio. But if you're certain you want to move up and you want to get more credit, because you're buying the long call, you lose some of the credit for the hedge, right? Which is the two short calls. So to get additional credit, they're selling the 60 put. Does it make sense? So if you do a covered call and say,
Yes, sir, it makes sense.
yeah. I've not done this. I should do this. This is actually a smart idea because it's like a covered call, but with the kicker of a long call and a short put to double up your money.
Ticker, Airbnb, ABNB. It's part of this World Cup basket that we have. It bounced from 119, did a Morningstar reversal, and it's been nonstop buying on the 1 hour for Airbnb, up almost 1% today. Still holding these 130s for January of next year.
Monative, assuming that there's no commons involved in this position, that trade right now is going for a 394 debit, and it has break evens. The stock would have to get above the first break even is at $214. No, 93.83, and the second break even is at $146. So there's a huge range there. Can't help thinking they could have done that with a butterfly at a smaller debit.
Yeah, but that 60 is never, I mean, the expectation is it never hits that 60 put, so you're going to collect that premium one way or the other. So the question is, how far does it move beyond your long strike, right? So that they went so far down the, in the money on the put, right? So you're not, the expectation is it never gets there. It's a serious problem if it gets there, dude. AUR, I've never heard of this.
I know the name. I know the name.
Okay, it's almost $500,000 they've spent on it. $9 call, but March 2026.
This is driverless commercial trucks, right? So it's Aurora. They have a great management team. I believe they're out of Texas. I was talking about this thing under 5. They make no revenue currently. They've got, I forget the LiDAR company that's with them. That's probably a better play. But yeah, this is the driverless commercial truck kind of leader, to be honest with you, Monolith.
Okay,
So go ahead.
This one is a uranium play, NXE. Again, next gen energy. A couple of large contracts here. January 15 call, $180,000 on that, 9,000 contracts. And then March 12 calls, $750,000 on it, 9,000 contracts. So next gen energy, NXE.
Hey,
I'm
AJ.
I'm just calling out what comes in. If I'm in the trade, I will call that out separately. So not every call out is a trade for me. I'm just calling out the large flows that are interesting.
AJ, you here, bro?
Yeah, I'm in and out. What's good?
Can you do me a favor and look at if you see any flows for Airbnb?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think you guys need to start put Airbnb on your watch list. On the 29th of July, it gapped down to 117, and then it bounced, filled that gap. Then it came back down into a H, and it invalidated the H on the 16th of September, and it's now bouncing. It's starting to go back up, filling that gap and going back up to the up. I have 130 for 130.50 is my next level on Airbnb. But you could go to the daily chart, you'll see what I'm talking about.
The only flow that came in today that's actionable, because the others are not really actionable, is June 18th, 2026, 135 calls for $12.
That makes sense. That's World Cup. That's a World Cup position.
Yep, and it's June, and it's that 135, 140 gap you talked about, and
Yep.
it's it's with time because this thing moves so freaking slow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So there you go. That's it. It's a 140K in premium.
For which strike again? 145?
135, June
135.
18th.
Okay, yeah, perfect. That makes sense.
Ticker. I
What
talked
y'all
about
talking about?
Fortinet earlier, and I'm now seeing flows for this week's $90 call. Fortinet 926 $90 call. There's 11,000 contracts against an open interest of 687.
Yeah, I think I might roll out to those. I might roll the Januaries, the 130s to those 135s. We were talking about Airbnb, BK.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm in the January 150s.
Yeah. This looks good. A daily chart.
And I'm only down like 2%.
Yeah. Nice. This LMND chart too, guys, looks really fucking good. Look at the daily on this LMND. And it's just holding the 1 hour 5 as well. Nice candle off of that 1 hour 5. Looks good, bro. Continuation. Another ticker that looks good on a higher time frame is Starbucks. Mentioned it's that time of the year. Pumpkin spice latte season. Weekly chart, double bottomed, and it's starting to bounce. In Starbucks already, so I'm good on that one. Yeah, I'm up 11% on those $90 calls for January. Starbucks.
This is a short side trigger, PepsiCo, PEP, October 10th, 139 puts. Again, it's a 40 delta put, short side.
Hmm.
Jeffrey, you know anything about Cassava Sciences, SAVA? That's
Yeah.
Sierra Alpha, Victor Alpha.
So I called that company a fraud before Martin Shkreli at $60. And unfortunately, I bought a bunch of puts at $2, and it went to $2, but the IV was way too high. It didn't do shit for mine, but it was literally a fraud. I wouldn't touch that thing, dude. I mean, if you get a little pump here because people are foolish, then what can you do? But that was a complete fraud company. That was the Alzheimer drug, right? And what happened is their head scientist got thrown in jail for changing the data on the labels and stuff when pre-data, and got busted and got arrested, and it's just a horrible. It's a fraud. That's just my 2 cents. Can it run with a bunch of weirdos jumping in there with whatever? Okay, yeah, but it went. It's a fraud. Yeah, I do know it.
Okay, because it's up 24% today.
Well,
Say if you want to jump in there like a bunch of weirdos.
pumpers are gonna like look, dude, do your thing, but just know that company's it has no drug for Alzheimer's. They can say whatever they want. It didn't work. It absolutely didn't work. So do your thing.
I will defer to your expertise in this field because I know nothing about bio, so I'm
Yeah, but
just
that
gonna
doesn't
stay
mean
away
it
from it.
can't pump back up to $10 because there's a bunch of people jumping in because charts or whatever or hype. Like that was so hyped by the Bulls. It was incredible. It was absolutely ridiculous. There's a lot of lunatics out there. So,
Hey, Manitive, did you see that OpenAI and Oracle is building a huge data center in Texas?
Yeah. Uh, Again, right? More people are starting to write about what I've been screaming my head off. The
Yeah.
balance sheet just does not support a neat setup for this. Look, it's a trade. Oracle's probably going to top out somewhere in the 350s, and if it's there, I short it. If it goes another $20 below that, I will take it out. It's just that I think there's a ceiling for Oracle now that it's difficult to hit. That's all. But this whole data center business, everybody's building data centers or announcing data center builds. I will wait and see exactly what they actually spend. I think we're getting to a point where this nonsense is going to, blow up on their face.
Yeah.
They'll quietly slow down this actual spend while not changing the guide, which is my take, and I expect to see that in the coming quarters. So everybody is building data centers. We don't have the money, we don't have the capacity need for it yet.
Right. Hmm.
Okay, real quick, we're now on that support line area, but it does look like on the 5 it's a head and shoulders or possibly an M pattern. Everything looks bearish to me here on the index, right, on SPX. So we're breaking below the support level here. Do they push below and fail and bring it back up like they've been doing? It's possible. But I did grab the 6770 puts. We'll see what happens. We'll see if they do a full breakdown or not.
Jeffrey, I like the 66.75 puts for the SPX, but I'll wait until see if it tests the 66.93 and get rejected. Then I'll get in
Dave,
my puts.
I'd love to hear you because all the gamma is still at 6,700, right? So that's where all the shit is, and they're taken away from below. But the chart itself looks bearish to me, so I don't know what's going to win. Maybe the gamma.
I agree, but I still think they'll try to test probably 66.92 to 66.93. And then I'll get in the 66.75 put for me. But for you, yeah, you're right. If once for me, once it breaks the 66.85, yeah, we'll drop.
Okay, it looks like they're trying to. They're trying it. We'll see what they do. They might push it back up in fucking range bound, but to me, this shit looks more and more bearish. It's like they're trying to push through and then it gets saved, probably by gamma.
I'll wait till it push up and get that option price cheaper.
Ticker Bloom Energy BE, that's Bravo Echo. This thing is putting in an H pattern that's playing out, and they're taking it to the woodshed. It's currently down 7%. Looks like it's going to head down some more. Gold futures finally catching a little bit of a bid this morning.
I also got all the Bollinger Bands on the 5 curling down. They're pointing down. So trend is down.
Hertz is about to blow.
Yeah, Hertz looks real good. What time is it? 11:30. It's that time of the day, baby. Devil's lettuce time. Everything looking Gucci.
Hertz going to $9.
Yeah. Looks real spicy.
Okay, David, looking better. We're breaking down here slowly.
Seen some flow come over for GDXJ, so junior gold miners. November 21st for the 110s. 300K, almost 400K in premium.
Yeah, I'm getting a sell on XLF 10-minute chart right now. So we should be getting a pullback too. Let me see what Vol-D looks like. No, Vol-D still looks strong.
Yeah, man, the market look like it's about to dump.
Let's see if XLF could bounce here at 54.10. Actually, 54.05. My bad.
Jeffrey, I think it's going to hold support here for a little bit.
It's at 54.10. Yeah, 54.05.
Jeffrey, your 6670s are up, right? From one something.
Yeah, only by $30 con. I got about $40 a con.
Morningstar reversal on Starbucks SBUX 10-minute chart.
They got to
Yeah,
get rid of
yeah,
this.
Jeffrey, I like that. I just grabbed 6660, put 0 DTEs, SPX.
I mean, this could we could see a big fall. At least 6680, but I'm for some reason I think we're gonna get a bigger sell off here. Remember, this is what Yom Kippur. We were talking about this. I think today is that where it's the Jewish holiday.
Yeah,
People
today and
fucking
tomorrow.
sell for that.
Today is Rosh Hashanah.
There we go. Thank you. Let's. I don't really pay attention.
Yeah, I think
to
it pulls back to about 6660.
Wow.
So that's why I grabbed those puts.
That's a big fall, dude. That'd be a good move. Huge move for days.
Yeah, I want those options cheap though. I didn't get in the 6675. I want it cheaper.
Yeah, they're still a little pricey.
Yeah. I'm watching it.
They're not making it easy. Just push it down, dude. Let's see a bigger candle.
There's still a lot of volume on the call side.
I know. That's what I'm worried about. You see it at 6,700, massive. That's where all the volume is.
It's 11:32 as well. So might get a bit of a lunchtime lull.
I think it wants to sell off. I'm gonna hold.
Looks pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah, I think it wants to sell off. You got a small head and shoulders pattern that broke down, and whatever you want to call it, but it's definitely rolling over.
I agree with you, Jeffrey, but I want a cheaper option price.
I also bought at 450.
I want to see the sell algo turn on, and they just boom, boom, boom. 3 black arrows.
They're about to turn it on, bro.
You'll know when they turn it on.
Yeah, it's about to melt. You never even felt the heat.
Genius, what is this? Genius Sports, GENI is at new highs today, and kind of catching a little bit of a bid. I called this one out about 45 minutes ago. It's looking pretty good today.
So if you just employ the ticker, you wouldn't have to have those awkward pauses. Just sounds like regular banter unless you say the ticker.
I'm having issues with this mute button here. It does what it wants to do.
Facts. You're not wrong.
Like I'm trying to mute it now and it won't mute.
Yeah, I added CSX calls here. I added to what I already had. The $35 calls for February CSX. All right, I'm going on a small break, bro. I'm gonna hit this devil's lettuce. I'll be right back.
Oh shit, damn, that's a good ass idea, man. I'm just been sitting here holding this goddamn lighter. Let's do this shit.
Let's
It's on.
go. Bing bong.
God damn it, Dave. Here we go. Here we go, Dave. Enough of these baby candles. Your support is here, 66.85, 40. David? Dave?
I got two main support, which are just broke.
We just broke it.
Damn, oh well. Jeffrey should be up now.
Yeah, I've been up, but I want to dump. I want to, like, what happened? They turn the algos on and people get freaked out. All right, it's starting to pick up.
Needs to get under
Candles-
66.83. Needs to get under 66. Needs to get under 66.83 for the waterfall.
Then where you have it waterfalling after that, Kev? You think it's gonna add? Where do you have it going if it does?
I told you where I thought it was going earlier, bro. You don't remember shit.
66.60. Who said
Yeah.
that?
Why do I got to repeat that then?
All right, fair enough. I feel if we break 66.80, it's gone. If we break 66.80, you'll get your. Oh, look at ES, guys. Big candle right now.
It loses 66. It loses 66.83. The next level down to 66.75. Loses that 66.65. Could bounce there 66.65, 66.67. That's where it should go. But I got the 5 at 66.60, but that'll probably get raised up slightly. I'm about to print though.
VIX almost high a day, spiking here. VIX is a big candle, spiking. VIX spike. Let's go, kids. Let's see it. Negative 500 tick. If this starts the sell pressure, the breath, that'd be big. If we go negative 500 and more.
You're finna get the red candle, the big red candle. It's gonna come.
They are adding 6670.
Yeah, 6680s are they've added to. Need to see that 6700 just get wiped out. Pull it out. Pull it out.
So bearish play on Intel. They bought a put spread for April 2026. They sold the 30s, they bought the 30 put and sold the 20 put. So the net is about 1.8 million. So they
Ticker SPX 6690 calls. I jump into it at 4:30.
So you flipped on us. You went bullish. You son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
I'm
We'll
watching
have
the
to see.
candles. I told you I was
We'll have
watching the
to see.
candles.
We'll have to see. Yeah, that's fair. We'll have to see how it deals with this right here. This, if this is a break below and fail, or if this is grab liquidity and go down. I think it's still bearish, but we'll see. If we get continuation, that's what we want to see. Grab liquidity and push down. That's what we want to see. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to bounce right here. It's trying to hold this level of support, but I still think we cascade.
I'll join you guys, but not yet. I want to run it up and down.
Oof. Oof. Sons of bitches.
I've called this one out twice today. I'm going to call it out a third time. That's Planet Labs. It's flagging and looking like it wants new highs of the day. This thing is the all-time high on Planet Labs was $12.15 on the day it de-SPACed, and we're less than a buck away from that now. It's I think this thing is going for blue skies real soon. That ticker is PL Papa Lima.
This is by the longest 5-minute candle I've ever watched.
Well, I only watch 15, so imagine me.
Plug Power, ticker POEG, had a nice pop earlier this morning. It has given it all up. We're now flat for the day.
Turn on the goddamn algo. Turn the switch.
Resolve RZLV, that's Romeo Zulu, Lima Victor, is highs of the day, 11.93, 12% up, and getting a bid. Had to big Kev.
So far, so good. We didn't go above the hammer. Back in the middle of that hammer candle range, we pushed below it. We should be on our way down. Okay, ADD is breaking down. Advancers versus decliners is breaking down from support in the low of the day. It's good sign if you're short.
They added a lot of volume to the 6660s.
Ticker Bloom Energy, BE, Bravo Echo, currently drilling, heading for the floor, 78.91, 8.6%. There you go, Jeffrey. There's your sell.
Keep an eye on Boeing. Number 215 has lost its rep.
Look at sell-off on VRT. So the news came out that Microsoft is designing new cooling system for AI chips. And we see sell-off in VRT. Vertiv Holdings.
Drop it lower. Drop it lower. Drop it lower.
Boom.
It's
Take
cra-
out this no next support 66.76.12.
It's crazy because it's on this drop, this option that I'm on, the call at 66.90, it's still sticking around $3.90 to $4, $4.10. It's like weird.
Yeah, it doesn't really know what it wants to do.
So if you look, we're at a triangle pattern on the 5. It broke below it and continued. You know, if we hold down here, we're gonna have to go down. It's a bearish pattern with all the other stuff that I've said as well. But if they broke below and fail, this one goes to 6,700. We need to see some bigger bodied candles here.
Well, there's a lot of positive gamma below us, so I think it's going to be pretty sticky for every level. Like 66.85 is pretty big positive level. Same for 66.80, 66.75. Then we get into negative gamma at 66.70.
To me,
Transition.
we're at basically all-time high, 6,700, and you got the VIX continuing to go up. Something's gonna break, like something's gonna turn on, and I think hopefully it'll be a sell. The VIX is continuing to climb here, while we're just kind of trending slowly down. I mean, super slow.
Premiums are starting to jump on the puts.
Here we go. Well, all they gotta do is flip the goddamn switch, and you're gonna see what Kevin wants as a waterfall.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 24K in volume on the 6660s.
That was all Kev.
Not even close.
They went after your strike, though. That's fucking great.
It's because they all listen to the space, bro. Stop it.
VIX high of day, I believe. And it's in a hammer candle. It's looking bullish. VIX is looking bullish.
There's more volume at 6650. That's
Are you
26K in volume right now.
What about
Oh shit.
What about 6670?
That's 40K in volume.
Man, they still have not touched 6,700. It's still all there. We need that to disappear. We need that gamma gone. We're in this fucking holding pattern, dude.
I know, this fucking... so annoying. It's fucking A.
Ticker Stratasys. Hat tip to Big Kev on this one. This is ticker SSYS, Sierra Yankee. Sierra is at new highs of the day. It's currently up about 2% since he called it out this morning. That's $11.43, $11.44.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz, y'all. Look her up and look at her investments, the shit that she gets in. Look at her position in Congress. And then start looking at everything that she holds.
I think it might just be a slow bleed down on SPX. So it's starting to look
I can live with that.
I just needed to hit that vol on upside and jump with you guys on the downside.
Look at the VIX pushing up big, you know. It's a big candle. And you got Goldman Sachs rolling over. So I'm assuming the financials are rolling over. Let me look at the ADD and Vol. One sec. ADD continuing to trickle down. Advanced versus decliners is moving down. Vold still up. We need to see that turnover. ticks are just kind of trending down slightly. Go ahead.
Intraday price target for S&P is 66.80.
We're about to touch that right here. There we go, David. There we go, David. I see the next support for ES is 67.30, about 8 points down.
I'm gonna cut my loss at $2. Let's see. At 360 right now.
VIX Hive Day pushing.
You're not going to get much support from technology today because you have Micron earnings. Everybody's waiting for that. So it's just going to not help today. So the market, if it starts selling off, right, if financials go negative, might not be a great day for the markets.
Don't they know it's Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur or whichever one? Which one is it, Silencia?
God bless you.
It's
Rosh Hashanah, head of
Hashanah.
days,
God bless you.
Jewish New Year.
Tell Rosh Hashanah by Yom Kippur. That was always when I grew up. Do your thing today, boys. We could do one day of a small retracement, and then we'll be bullish tomorrow.
Yeah, they quit playing and turn the drill machine
They
on.
need to goddamn turn the switch, dude. 6,700 still positive Gex, and they're slowly bringing that back. So it's positive gamma. Major negative is 6680. Kind of neck and neck there. They're starting to pull back the 6700s. So it's what we want to see. I want to see that thing be just removed by half.
I think if we're going to get a bounce, we'll get a bounce at 66.80.
I agree. We need to break that with some volume. That would be decisive if we break through 6680 with a big candle. Fucking A, man. It's gonna take way longer. I'm gonna step aside for a second. I'll be right back. I'll be listening, so tell me, and I'll run and cut my puts.
Ticker. Rich Tech Robotics is currently down. That's RR, Romeo, currently down 9.3%. Headed for the floor. Got an H pattern playing out. I have a profitable position in the commons on Rich Tech Robotics. I just put a collar on those to protect it. I sold the $7 December call and bought the $4 December put. Put that on for a 22-cent credit, and that protects my profit.
Getting a bounce on SPX. Let's see if there's follow through. Not much volume coming in though on the bounce, so we'll see.
It looks like they're consolidating and burning premium both ways.
Yeah.
So you really, even so if you play the up or the downside, it's still burning. He's at 66, 65 at 240.
So much follow through on that. The algo flow has not really changed much.
I still say drill team 6, boy. 66, 76, 12.
Let's see. Oh, that's a nice candle. There we go.
Boom, that's what I'm talking about.
Boom, that's a good
Jeffrey,
candle.
stop playing with me, boy.
Good job.
See if it holds through. Should bust through though with that volume. Yeah, it's busting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go. See if we get that 66, 76, 12.
I'm cutting the loss. I'm jumping in your side now.
Yeah, on that 1 minute, on that one dump candle, I had 3.1K in volume.
Closing 3/4 of the 6660s up 102%. Just let the rest ride.
Ticker, Energy Vault, NRGV, that's November Romeo Golf Victor, new high of day, 337 and up 11%. So why are you all so negative, man? I'm trying to give us some good news here.
I'm just
Who's negative?
laser
What
focused
happened?
on SPX right now, so I'm just paying attention to that. I'm not really.
The chart is
Hold on, who's negative? I missed that one.
It's a joke, dude. Y'all are playing for the bearish for the sell off, right?
We just playing the
I'm
charts.
looking for stuff that's going up.
Oh, baby. I was much later to the party than you guys, but I'm still up 65%. I want $3.
For what, the 6660s?
Yep.
Yeah. Same thing.
Oh, y'all in the, are you in the 6660s too, Bear?
Yeah.
Yep.
Then let's go.
What do I miss?
We're short SPX.
Nice. Oh yeah, that XLF sell played out.
Let's go.
VIX pushing. We're at low of day on SPX. ADD still trending down.
So we're about to hit that level 66.76.12. See if it bounces there or if it just blows right through it and we trend back towards some lower support levels.
If we get to 6670, this will be full waterfall. That's
Yeah,
the
correct. If we
transition
break
to negative gamma.
Facts.
facts, if we break 6670, the gamma's gone.
Ticker Genius Sports, new high of day at 1339. It looks like up 4.12%.
Yeah, I think this washes through that level and just goes back down towards this. It actually hits 6660. Yeah, waterfall. Here we come.
Nvidia is selling too. $178.50 is my next target on Nvidia to the downside.
Amazon has a H forming on the 15. Amazon looks terrible.
Hanging man on XYZ 1 hour chart.
Oh, boom. Took another trim at $3.
Taking my profit here at $3.
Damn, they are slapping the shit out of Generac. 1 hour, 3 black crows on GNRC. I think I mentioned this earlier.
Hit my level, but I'm thinking it's finna blow right through it too. Or 10 cents off from hitting it.
If this sell continues on Generac, I have 169.45.
Yeah, I think we're going to blow through, Kev. NVIDIA is having an H starting to play out right now.
Yep.
Amazon looks like it could have an H play out. Apple's doing nothing. Google's just range bound. Microsoft's bleeding. Broadcom too is just going sideways.
Yeah, that's a hanging man on a NVIDIA 4-hour chart as well.
Getting a bit of a bounce here on the SPX.
Yeah, I took 50% of my profits off the table. I'm playing with house. Well, 50% of the house's money.
Man, I'm playing with all house money.
$53.80.
I'm gonna see the move play through. To me, this is going to be a retest of the 5 on the daily.
Interesting.
So you're going to get the reversion bounce. So like I said 66.76.12. We went to 66.76.22. So you knew to lock in most of your profits there. You get the reversion bounce. Then you'll see the H on the smaller time frame start to form out, and then the bottoms up.
Love it, Big Kev. Love it.
I got a question for you guys. When you're using Thinkorswim and you zoom into your charts and it automatically rezooms and puts you off, how do you guys fix that?
It just stays where I want it to zoom. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the plus or minus?
No. So let's say if I go to a time frame and I'm zooming in that time frame, my platform, well, it automatically zooms out and
Mine doesn't. You're talking about with the mouse, when you use the mouse and you highlight it and it zooms in?
yeah.
Yeah, it does. Mine stays. It'll stay there.
There's a feature I turned on. I can't.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, Dave. Mine
Yo,
stays.
ticker, NOK, Nokia, up 2% and pushing's getting volume on Nokia, NOK.
I called out flow on that yesterday.
Yeah, it looks good, bro. It's in 1 hour is that W playing out. And in a 10-minute it's pushing.
Wish I remember what it was I called out yesterday.
Yeah, look good. Weekly look good too. Morningstar reversal. It's been non-stop buying on that weekly chart for Nokia, NOK.
Okay, Genius Sports is can't stop, won't stop. This is up 4.5% now, and new highs a day, 1342.
Roblox is getting quite a bit of calls coming in. 135s, October 10th. 1.2 million in premium.
Which one of those? You got a Genius common position or you in a spread or something? So that's his Genie.
I'm just in straight up calls. I'm in the 16 January 12.5 calls, and those are in the money now.
Oh hell yeah, awesome play.
Ticker triple Q's. I jumped into 601 calls. Expires tomorrow at 180.
I like the bounce right here. You get the reversion bounce. SPX up to about 66.82. But I don't think it gets back over that 66.83 area that I said. If it gets under, we'll see the the kind of waterfall effect. At that area is when I want to see it start to H round. But if it clears 66.83, I'd be bullish again.
Yeah, fuckers are trying to bring it up. They're adding to 6700s above. They did pull quite a bit away. They're not making it easy.
Nah, I think you're just overthinking it, bro. You got your levels. It gets above 66.83, then you start to look along it. You look to fade it right there if you see any sign of weakness.
Yeah, XLF looks like it's consolidating right here. So you might get a bounce.
Yeah, that was a big sell. You're going to get a reversion bounce. How high is the reversion bounce, though?
IBM's starting to look strong again.
Yes, sir. My 280s never went red.
Yes, sir. In there like swimwear.
Oh, shit. Party over there. Big bull bear. Party.
It's not me. I wish it was.
Oh, that's Jeffrey? That's
Yes,
right.
I
yes,
have that wife.
Jeffrey.
Sorry, guys.
Jeffrey
My
party.
bad. That's
Yeah.
Jeffrey over there.
You thought it was me over
Too
here.
legit to quit.
White chocolate. What do you know about that, bro? You probably don't even know why he was playing.
The
MP
wife. Yeah.
MP looks really nice. It's breaking over Friday's high. It looks like it wants to go to 82. Back to all-time highs.
AMD actually looks rather strong. AMD and Apple has been consolidating, looking for its next move.
There's a big
I
push.
kind of turn, and if I turn my head to the side, Apple looked like it's trying to form a cup and handle.
This is where I have support or a ceiling here. If it breaks above and holds, we're going back up.
AMD and Intel both look kind of strong. Not kind of strong. AMD looks full bull. Now that I just zoom out a little bit. Oh, yeah. What is this? AMD probably wants to go to about 180.
Now, somebody will say, and probably is saying,
Or 200.
BK, you remember flows for October 3rd and October 10, I don't know, for AMD 170, 180.
I don't recall. You got to remind me. I don't remember. Like, you have to go get those and reshow them
Yeah,
to
I
me or
think
something.
2 weeks ago, I think also Silencios also mentioned that as well, called it.
So this is a wild call flow. Carvana, CVNA, $5 for calls for the $500 strike for November 21st. Carvana is currently at 387. There's 1.1 million in premium. They're expecting a 30% move.
Interesting. Let me look at that chart. CVNA.
I mean, Carvana can make a 30% move in 2 days.
Look at that fucking monthly chart, bro.
Oh shit. Is this the building out the cup and handle, I guess?
Yep, that's exactly what it's doing. So it could get back to at least 400, 415 at least.
God damn. Shit.
I know.
That's a big ass scoop.
I know, right?
Man. Now Jeffrey talks about like the from peak to trial on
Yep.
these scoops is the distance it's gonna go when it breaks out.
Yep. That's why they're buying those 500, bro. It makes sense. How much? Let me see how much that is.
Yeah, I'm checking now too. Yeah, 2.3 million in premiums are all sitting there on the November 21st at the $500 strike.
There's $750.
Oh, it definitely can. I think it's going to go there.
Bro, it doesn't even
Gamma
have to
wise, it
go
looks
there. It
great.
doesn't have to make the whole move.
No, I know. But gamma wise, it looks like it's great. Once it gets into above 400, it's going to be gone.
Yeah, this gets to at least 400, bro.
Oh, they're not cheap though. $7 a contract.
Yeah. Yep.
Carvana going to 750 according to this. According to the depth of that scoop.
That's nuts.
I mean, this is a crazy ticket. I mean, if you go back to the low of Jan 23, and go to
$3.
3 month chart, no red candle on 3 month chart from the low. I mean, all green candle.
Yeah, they've been
Even
buying this.
Nvidia has red candle, on 3 month chart, but this one.
Yeah, they've been buying the hell out of this one.
And this was a bankrupted, company.
Real. Oh, SPX looks like it's rejecting on the bounce.
It totally did.
So they were bankrupted, but I wonder if they were. I see now I got to do some digging. I wish Butters was here because he could add color to this because their financing division is Drive Time. So
I
that's
know.
it must have been. Well, let me. Can I cook or you know what I'm about to say?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm trying to find out if they were in bankruptcy before the acquisition of Drive Time. So the fact that they have Drive Time, that's their new financing arm, they shouldn't have worries about bankruptcy anymore.
But Drive Time is more so centered around people with less than perfect credit score. So
Which is a lot of their business.
yeah.
Which is the part of the business from delinquent payments is what caused them to go into bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm. Getting an evening star reversal on ticker AAL 10-minute chart, American Airlines. I'm still in my short on AAL, by the way.
On Carvana, those options are really expensive. There's a way you can play this that might not be so bad if you think it's actually going to get to that $500. Then the 21 November series, the 480 call, long, short 2 500 calls, long 1 510 call for $1.45 debit. It gives you a broken wing butterfly with a maximum risk of $145 and a maximum profit of looks like about $1,793 and a little bit of a drop off down to a profit of $855.
Interesting.
That is very interesting. I also have another interesting way to play it. Me personally, I think that if you don't want to spend play those prices for premiums, you play the 2x levered CVNX. Or don't.
Yeah.
Also, because I have another way of playing this. So, because this is a high beta name, if you assume that you get, for example, one day like 10% move, you can, for example, buy the leaps for January 610, the last strike of the chain. It's only $3. If you get a massive, day, this will be like double, at least.
100%.
Wait, you said the 600 calls for January?
Yep. I mean, if you assume that you get like a,
Oh, yeah.
10% move on Carvana until that time, so
Yeah.
Basically, if you get into 30% move, which is predicted by whatever order flow we were talking about, this contract will move as well, and it'll have a nice move, like it'll double or triple.
Yeah.
To that angle.
exactly. But
We got Powell speaking right now.
Yeah, he's supposed to be speaking in less than a minute.
Can someone put that up?
12:35. He's supposed to be speaking at.
Well, when it comes on, if someone could, I don't have speakers on my computer.
Yeah, I'll put it on when it starts.
Rolling over. Looks like the start of an H pattern here with all the other bearish patterns that we've been talking about. It's a 5-minute H pattern. This is the hump. If it touches the lows, it breaks through that hump. That's an H.
Now he's a believer. I told him how this was going to play out. Whatever. Where did I say it was going to go to, Jeffrey? I said it was going to play up towards 66.8. It was going to play up towards 66.82, but not cross 66.83. If you see it close above 66.83, then be long. If you see it start to get weak at 66.83, then you full short it. What did it do?
100%. Listen, I've been in short since the breakdown, so I think we're going to continue to go down. I got 66.70, and if it breaks below that with some volume, it's fucking over. You'll get your 66.50.
I added some there on the bounce.
Smart man. I didn't know. I'm just riding my free position.
A cash? What? A cache of devices capable of crashing cell network is found near the United Nations.
You said, say that again?
A cache of devices capable of crashing cell networks is found near the United Nations. Here in New York.
Shit.
Yep.
In New York. Wasn't that in New York? That was
Yes,
in New York.
this is in New York, yes.
Yeah, they were going to shut. Yeah, I read that. That's crazy.
It's weird. Minor disruption.
Oh no, it says it was capable of crippling cell service in the entire New York City area. That's not.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Well, just the headline on being a terrorist act would fucking panic, right? Like.
Yeah, well, there's so much that runs off of cell service nowadays.
All right, still waiting for J Powell.
All right, out of my second tranche from $2 to $5. I'm still holding.
You know, it could bounce here. J Powell could lift this motherfucker.
I took out all my cost basis. Can you turn it up, BB?
It's not him yet.
Oh, okay, it sounded like him.
That's why I haven't turned it up. I'm just watching the Bloomberg network.
Really going to get more emboldened if we stay under the 66.80. If we can't go above and hold, I'll be more emboldened. I'll probably grab even more puts. But right now, it looks like we are. They're breaking above it. We'll see what happens. If they stay above it, then you got to get out. In my opinion.
Ticker S-Bucks, Starbucks. Morningstar reversal on the 10-minute and pushing over this 85.50 level. I have $86 next on Starbucks. Ooh.
Ticker lift LYFT. That's Lima Yankee Foxtrot Tango getting a lift. Currently up 1.3% and pushing.
Big sell candle on SPX came over. Algos just turned on.
I just fucking. Oh, now look at it. The head fake. Oh shit. Maybe the scream didn't work. God damn it. Head fake, guys. Just pay attention to this move. Pay attention right here.
Also, Boeing never lost 215.
Powell is talking right now. It just says reiterates no risk free something. Just came out. That's what that candle was. Powell's saying there's no risk free sentiment or something. He thinks there's risk out there, basically.
He's not talking yet.
It just came across. It just popped up.
I'm looking on C-SPAN. He's not even on the stage yet.
Okay, it says Fed Powell reiterates there is no risk-free policy path ahead. Yeah, that just came over on Financial Juice as well. So I don't know where that's coming from.
Basically, he's reiterating what he's already said, that there's inflation and employment. He's not saying anything new.
Push this bitch.
Let's go. Let's go.
There we go. Boom. H pattern activated. Big sell candle at the base here. Pushing down. It goes below 66.70. This thing's gone.
If this gets to 66.70, this will make my week.
It must be written comments because he's not talking on here. According to what
Maybe it was a pre-commented thing. You're right. It could be.
Yeah.
So, fuck, look at that retracement. Look at this.
That's
Look at this move. Oh, look out. And pushing. Oh.
But what he says is all supporting, next rate cut as well, So
Yeah, it looks like financials are getting net bounce here.
Hey, Tesla is pushing up pretty good. Look at that Tesla move. Tesla is getting pushed up.
doesn't know what it wants to do right now.
Where is he talking? He's I sit down. Looks like Trump threatened all of these news agencies, so they're not gonna bring Powell stuff. Yeah,
No,
XLF
he
is
seems
getting
to,
a nice bounce here on the 15-minute.
his comments are coming across as a bit hawkish.
Yeah.
Mind you, I only have text.
Oh, here he is now.
Providence Chamber of Commerce, as Lori mentioned, was in the fall of 2019, actually November 25th, 2019. And I said then, quoting, if the outlook changes materially, policy will change as well. Well, little did any of us know, just a couple of months later, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived. Both the economy and our policy evolved dramatically in ways that no one could have predicted. Along with actions by Congress, the administration, and the private sector, the Fed's aggressive response helped stave off historically severe downside risks to the economy. The COVID pandemic came on the heels of the painfully slow, decade-long recovery from the global financial crisis. And these two back-to-back world historical crises have left behind scars that will be with us for a long time. In democracies around the world, public trust in economic and political institutions has been challenged. Those of us who are in public service at this time need to focus tightly on carrying out our critical missions to the best of our ability in the midst of stormy seas and powerful crosswinds. Throughout this turbulent period, central banks like the Fed have had to develop innovative new policies that were designed to deliver on our statutory goals during times of crisis, rather than for everyday use. Despite these two unique, extremely large shocks, the U.S. economy has performed as well or better than other large advanced economies around the world. And as always, it's essential that we continue to look back and learn the right lessons from these difficult years. And that process has been ongoing now for more than a decade. So, turning to the present day, the U.S. economy is showing resilience in the midst of substantial changes in trade and immigration policies, as well as in fiscal, regulatory, and geopolitical arenas. These policies are still emerging, and their longer-term implications will take some time to be seen. Recent data show that the pace of economic growth has moderated. The unemployment rate is low but has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and the downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In recent months, it has become clear that the balance of risks has shifted, prompting us to move our policy stance closer to neutral at our FOMC meeting last week. GDP rose at a pace of about 1.5% in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. Activity in the housing sector remains weak, but business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace, largely reflecting the AI build-out. As noted in the September Beige Book, which I bet you wonder what it is, the September Beige Book, that's a report that gathers qualitative information from across the Federal Reserve System. We'll talk about later. Businesses continue to say that uncertainty is weighing on their outlook. Measures of consumer and business sentiment declined sharply in the spring. They have since moved up, but remain low relative to the start of the year. In the labor market, there has been a marked slowdown in both the supply of and the demand for workers, an unusual and challenging development. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment have risen. The unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but has remained relatively stable at a low level over the past year. Payroll job gains slowed sharply over summer months as employers added an average of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. The recent pace of job creation appears to be running below what we call the break-even rate. That is the rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. But a number of other labor market indicators remain broadly stable. For example, the ratio of job openings to unemployment remains near 1, and multiple measures of job openings have been moving roughly sideways, not down, as have initial claims for unemployment insurance. Inflation, meanwhile, has eased significantly from its highs of 2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. The latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose, that's personal consumption expenditure prices, that's the inflation measure that we follow most closely, rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, up from 2.3% in August 2024. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9% last month, also higher than a year ago. Goods prices, after falling last year, are driving the pickup inflation. Incoming data and surveys suggest that those price increases largely reflect higher tariffs rather than broader price pressures. Disinflation for services continues, including for housing services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term inflation expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The overall economic effects of the significant changes in trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policy remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the tariff-related effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived. A one-time shift in the price level. Now, a one-time increase does not mean all at once. Tariff increases will likely take some time to work their way through supply chains. As a result, this one-time increase in the price level will likely be spread over several quarters and show up as somewhat higher inflation during that period. But uncertainty around the path of inflation remains high. We will carefully assess and manage the risk of higher and more persistent inflation. We'll make sure that this one-time increase in prices does not become an ongoing inflation problem. Turning to monetary policy, near-term risks to inflation are tilted to the upside, and risks to employment are tilted to the downside, a challenging situation. Two-sided risks mean that there is no risk-free path. If we ease too aggressively, we could leave the inflation job unfinished and need to reverse course later to fully restore 2% inflation. If we maintain restrictive policy too long, the labor market could soften unnecessarily.
I'm out of
When our
biscuits.
goals are in tension like this, our framework has long called for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. The increased downside risks to employment have shifted the balance of risks to achieving our goals. We therefore judged it appropriate at our last meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance, lowering the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points to 4 to 4.25%. This policy stance, which I personally see as still modestly restrictive, leaves us well positioned to respond to potential economic developments. Our policy is not on a preset course. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment and bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans, and we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. So thank you again for having me here, and I very much look forward to our discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, let's see if he takes questions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those opening remarks and reminding us just how tremendously the world has changed and evolved since you were last here in 2019. President of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Susan Collins, is also
I'm
here
out.
today. And President Collins, we have had the opportunity many times to discuss with you conditions in this Fed region, of which Rhode Island is part of the Boston region. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to think about your comments reflecting on the importance, what you have said, the importance of deeply understanding local labor markets. And I'm wondering if in your deliberations leading up to the most recent FOMC meeting, whether there was anything particularly distinctive in what you saw coming out of the Boston Beige Book.
So let me say a word about the Beige Book. So there are 12 reserve banks, as you know, around the country, and each of them has deep ties into not just the business community, but medical community, educational community, nonprofits. And each FOMC cycle, which is sort of 8 of those a year, they do a deep dive and they collect lots and lots of information about the economy. And so, and that information gets collated and put into what we call the Beige Book because it's beige. And we're not that original. And so we get that a couple weeks before each FOMC meeting. And I have to say, I don't know of any source of sort of qualitative information about the economy that even approaches this. It's just a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and I personally find it very useful. Sometimes you look at that book and you see significant regional differences, and this is not one of those times. So, for example, the Boston Fed piece in the last Beige Book talked about lots of spending on AI. Well, guess what? That was pretty common across 8 or 9 of the districts. So I would say nothing really jumped out from the Boston piece. What you saw was all around the country, you saw pretty modest growth, wage and price inflation at modest to moderate levels, the economy growing but not fast, and uncertainty, significant uncertainty about federal public policy is kind of weighing on investments and the decisions about investment and hiring, except in the area of the AI build-out, which is just going really strong pretty much many parts of the country.
So nothing distinctive from the Boston region that would inform your future decision-making looking at the setting of monetary policy?
What I saw from Boston was quite similar and overlapping with a number of other districts. Again, sometimes that's the case where things are pretty much of a piece. Sometimes different regions, particularly if there's a commodity price thing, you would see maybe things in the commodity-oriented regions doing differently from other regions of the country. Right now, it's much more the same around the country, I would say.
So let's talk about and build on what you described a few moments ago about the dual mandate of the Fed. And if you could talk about these conditions that wax and wane over time, what signals will you be looking for in the run-up to the next FOMC meeting, which is in
price stability, and they're equal goals under the law. So almost all the time, they work together. They complement one another. So, for example, when the economy is weak, the unemployment rate might be high and the inflation rate would be low, and that it calls for stimulus from us. And when the economy is really strong and the labor market is tight, that's when inflation will be moving up, and so policy might be a little bit tighter. That's almost always the case. Right now is the quite unusual case where risks to, as I mentioned in my remarks, risks to employment are to the downside and to inflation to the upside. Now, we only have one tool, which is monetary policy, really interest rates, and really it's calling for different answers. So for a long time, we have a document called the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. We call it the consensus statement to save time. That says for a long time, it said that when the two goals are in tension, we'll look at how far each one is from its goal and the time that it's expected to take to get back to that goal. And so we balance the two goals. So what we've done all year this year is we've had our policy rate has been tight because inflation has been above our target, but the labor market was very solid. Now, over the last really 4 months, really over the summer, the labor market has softened, payroll jobs have dropped a lot. So we can't really say that anymore. And I think what that told us is that stance of really having a tight focus on inflation really needs to moderate toward a more balanced approach. And so that's why we took the action we took at our last meeting. And we'll, as we go to our next meeting, to your question, we'll be asking ourselves, we'll be looking at the data very carefully, labor market data, growth data, inflation data, all the vast quantities of data that we get, and asking ourselves, is our policy in the right place? And if not, we move it there.
Some may wonder about the frothiness of the markets reaching record heights and also record valuations. How does the Fed think about that in the equation?
Financial markets. So we monitor financial markets very carefully. Our policy works through financial conditions. So that's credit spreads and interest rate levels and equity prices in the aggregate that can affect spending, for example. We look at all of that, but really our focus is on our two goals, and that is maximum employment and price stability. And when we see one of them weakening, we're going to respond appropriately with our tools. And in this case, that meant reducing the federal funds rate by 25 basis points. And, we'll see what the future brings, but that's what we do. We look carefully at financial conditions, more from a perspective, though, of financial stability. So we see that the banks are well capitalized. Actually, in the aggregate, households are in good shape financially. I know people at the bottom end of the income spectrum are under pressure. No question about that. But it's not a time of elevated financial stability risks.
So the federal funds rate really governs consumer credit, but not so as it pertains to mortgage rates, correct?
That's right.
And let's talk about how the average consumer is going to see any difference in the intervening months relative to an easing of interest rates and the ability and maybe even more confidence to spend.
So we don't set mortgage rates, but when we change the federal funds rate, it will affect the mortgage rates and also all other consumer borrowing rates. Really, all interest rates that are on a floating basis will move a little bit or even a lot if they're short term based on our moves. So the people will feel that over time. Also, it's not just these days. The market is pricing in the next 6 months what's going to happen to rates. So this is something that wasn't really the case 50 years ago. Now markets listen to us and follow, and they make an estimation of where they think rates are going, and so they'll price things in. And so longer term rates will move because of what the market expects. Market participants expect us to do. So you'll begin to see, and you're already seeing changes in rates long before we make the decision. It can often be already priced in.
Is it fair to say that the Fed and the markets really have a higher tolerance for risk today, more so than perhaps before the pandemic?
I think if you look at some places, then they're elevated relative to historical levels. There were times before the pandemic when you had it happens periodically. Equity prices will move up and down, and we do monitor that. But we're not targeting any level of prices for particular financial assets. We don't have a view that we know what the right price of any particular financial asset is. We do look at overall financial conditions, and we ask ourselves whether our policies are affecting financial conditions in a way that is what we're trying to achieve. But you're right. It by many measures, for example, equity prices are fairly highly valued.
Let's segue to the topic of AI and largely AI stocks and periphery stocks really driving the markets in many ways. Let's talk a little bit about the great unknown of AI. And if we think about various ages, our industrial ages, whether it be steam to electricity to the information age, and now
Getting a sell signal here on NVIDIA 30-minute chart. 178.50 is still my target on NVIDIA to the downside.
American history.
I think it's way too early to say that. I wouldn't go that far. I would say clearly generative AI has all the earmarks of emerging technology that could be very important in our economy and in our society. But it's very early to be making that kind of bold statement. So, what we're seeing is companies and institutions like the Fed, for that matter, are starting to experiment with how this this new set of tools can be used in our operations. And it's very early days on that. And, I think we have to wait and see. That's a good thing. I know many of the large financial institutions and other central banks, and we are asking ourselves, how can this help us do our jobs better? And I think it's going to be a period of experimentation over a period of years. And, the history is always that there's a lot of fear that technological innovation will eliminate jobs. What has tended to happen in history over time is that it just raises productivity and creates new jobs to replace the old jobs. And that happens. And sometimes it can take a long time, but ultimately that has been the pattern for the last couple of 100 years. Is this time going to be different? I just don't think we know yet. I don't think anybody knows.
You are a labor market futurist, also a historian, and the concept of AI and humans in the loop, very profound impact on the labor force. What are your thoughts about specifically agentic AI as a differentiator from generative AI? And how will the Fed be looking at the impacts of the workforce, the labor participation rate, given the unknown of what could happen with displacement around AI tools?
Our tools work on demand, basically. Lower interest rates, higher interest rates, they work on demand. When there are structural changes in the economy, there's not a lot that an interest rate change can do for that. And so if you're talking about distributional issues or labor force participation or retraining or any of the things that come to mind in connection with those questions, that's really going to be something for legislators and the private sector. We of course, we have many labor economists, and a good portion of them are studying what the potential effects of AI on the labor force, and many great economists around the country and around the world are publishing on that now. It really is too early to say. I think you can say that some jobs are going to be phased out. Some jobs are going to evolve, and people are going to be further trained and that sort of thing, and be able to keep a job like that. And there'll be new jobs that come. And how will that balance work out, and what will be the timing of it? I think it's just quite hard to say.
But how does that factor into the deliberations on a near-term basis? Things are moving so quickly, and the observation and the argument that artificial intelligence isn't just impacting those entry-level jobs and those, quasi-unskilled jobs, but really tentacles reaching into highly skilled professions, whether it be finance, whether it be communications and media, whether it be healthcare, whether it be law, finance. So all ends of the spectrum, highly educated individuals down to more easily automated tasks. Sort of a really interesting problem for those of you that are studying labor market economics. How do you approach that?
Well, a lot of what we're doing with our time is trying to understand the current position of the economy, what's actually going on in the economy today. Pardon me. So part of that is hiring rate has really dropped. Job creation has dropped very sharply. So what are the factors there? So I mentioned earlier, I think, part of it just is there's a lot of uncertainty about the direction of public policy, and so companies are holding off. They're not hiring, and when you don't hire through attrition, your labor force shrinks, and you save money that way. That may be a way of passing on tariff costs. It may be something like that. So that's happening. Lots of questions around whether AI is a major factor associated with the relatively low hiring rate for people just graduating from school and just entering the labor market. And, people are doing studies on that, and then I looked at one from Stanford, another from the New York Fed in the last week, and the sense of it was, we think we can find some evidence that generative AI is having some, it's one of the reasons here, but we can't really say it's the main reason. And, we have our Jackson Hole conference every year in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and we had some great labor economists, and one of the big debates was what's going on with AI, and there was a professor from, I want to say, Columbia, who just basically said, there's no evidence that this is acting any differently than other. Her view was not acting any differently from other technological, movements, waves, and so I think she would be more at the end of an optimist, a techno optimist. We've all, there are books out there that will tell you the world is ending, and but I don't think we know. Again, I think we're going to see how this evolves, and again, if it does turn out to be something where labor force participation really declines in a way that creates social difficulties, that's going to be something that legislators and the private sector will have to address. We just don't know that yet, though.
Over the weekend, I read where you had been discussing, just picking up on what you said about Gen Z and college graduates and any possible disruptions in trying to find jobs. So Gen Z would be those born between 1997 and 2012, roughly ages 13 to 28. What are your thoughts on college enrollment? We'll talk a little bit about labor disruption in just a minute, and Jackson Hole, because I know that's a favorite of yours, but a lot of individuals in this room today may have family members that fall squarely in that 13 to 28 category. What would you say about that?
I mean, again, we all see the data that it's just gotten tough for people just entering the labor force to be hired. But remember, the overall national aggregate hiring rate is a very, very low level. The layoff rate is also at a very, very low. You're in a low fire, low hire economy, and it feels like companies they've kind of stopped hiring or slowed down their hiring because they want to see how this all shakes out. We're having very important changes to economic policy in the United States, and companies and people are wondering how's that going to work out. So I think that's part of it. The other thing I would add, though, is there's a lot of good scholarship around technological innovation and inequality, if you will. And the sense of it is really that if schools and society give students graduating the skills and aptitudes they need to benefit from evolving technology, you can have declining inequality over time. And that's what the United States had for many, many years, up until about 1970, when U.S. educational attainment kind of plateaued and inequality takes off. So it's really down to having the skills. So kids who come out of school today with technological skills and can work with this new technology, they're probably going to be fine. They're going to be great. If you don't have those skills, though, you're increasingly left with less attractive employment options. So in a way, it's an educational issue.
Our society is our education system, and you spoke about inequality, particularly the digital divide, and thinking about where the United States really has paced among countries throughout the world. Particularly, that was a subject that you initiated at Jackson Hole back in August. What are your thoughts on how that is likely to really change the way we look at technology as a force for productivity and advancement?
Technology has been raising incomes and productivity for really a couple hundred years since the Industrial Revolution. It's been an amazing thing for the quality of human life, and there's no reason why that has to change. In the United States was the first country to have gender-blind secondary education, and if you go back, you'll see that there's a great book on this, but just basically the U.S. had fast technological innovation for a century, and also declining inequality because people were coming out and their educational the capabilities they took out of the educational system gave them the ability to benefit from evolving technology. So, and that's really the key, because technology, what it does is it makes us more productive. I used to, one summer, I worked on a project that was building houses, and I basically had a shovel, and I just dug most of the summer. And now that would be a Bobcat, which can do 100 times the work, no blisters, no water breaks. It's just much more productive. And you see housing production's gotten, at least it did get for a while, much more productive, not so much lately. But That I think is the story, and you know, while U.S. educational attainment, college graduation rates, and things like that leveled out, they're still going up. The rest of the world caught on, and has really caught up in terms of educational attainment. And I just that really is the key. To your point, your educational system, your country is your educational system ultimately. It's the people that come out and what can they do. And a variety of other factors too, obviously. But I think that's a key element. I'm struck by this, Mike, because this was a major factor in our recent conference, and we had a great conversation about it.
Well, tell us about the book. You gave me a homework assignment the other day, so I did download it, but I think everyone should follow that lead.
All right. It's a book's called The Race Between Education and Technology. It's by Claudia Goldin and Larry Katz, two Harvard economists, and it basically talks about the race between education and technology. So I'd recommend that to anybody. It was written in, I want to say, 2005, and they basically presented it, Jackson Hole presented an update to the current day. The findings basically hold. It's very, I mean, I'm not a PhD economist. I read it 20 years ago.
But you said it still holds very much true today.
It does. And I think it's a good explanation for why the U.S. has had, rising inequality. This is their thesis, and I think it's they call it also skill bias technical change. So you need skills to benefit, but if you have those skills, then technology makes you more productive, and that's what we need. Incomes can only rise if productivity is increasing. We're sort of working as many hours as we can work now, so it really is down to how much output can you have in an hour, and that's productivity. So I would recommend that. I'm not getting any royalties for that, but by the way, Claudia Goldin won the Nobel Prize for her work about 2 years ago. So I'm not the only one who thinks
That was a jab at Trump right there.
Chair Connell, let's move on to tariffs. This is an issue that confronts the business people, and here in your opening remarks, you indicated that you believe that the costs of the tariff movement is in fact more transitory than embedded in supply chain. So I think we would appreciate hearing more about how the Fed thinks about evolving tariff.
There's our sell-off, guys. After they took us out, they shook us out and they sold it off. These truckers. This is going lower.
Chunk of revenue, 300 or 400 billion.
Look at the index melt.
And the question is, who's paying that?
Bullshit.
Candidates for paying that. Those
absolute bullshit.
The exporter, the foreign exporter.
I grabbed 66.
Or someone on our shores. It could be a company or a retailer, or someone is using the imported product to manufacture something for the end consumer. And so so far, it's incredibly early days.
Added to those Boeing 230 calls for 1070.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
And its importers, and they're not passing along to consumers that much of the cost. So the actual effects on inflation have been quite modest so far. It's really not. It's a small amount, but I mean, for example, I mentioned that core PCE inflation is 2.9%.
Yeah, we break that 66.70, which is coming up in $3. Look at this big candle, guys. Then it could fall off the cliff. It's what we've been talking about.
Big inflationary thing, but it is something that is driving up inflation a bit. And
as I say that,
companies are they going to eventually be able to pass that stuff through, and then that might drive inflation up a little higher. So we've been watching this since the beginning. I'd say half our mandate is inflation, and I would say that the pass through to consumers has been later and less than we expected. How much of that will continue, I don't know. But the responsible thing from our standpoint was to watch and wait, because it's our job to make sure we don't make a mistake on inflation.
Well, that was my question. Do you imagine that is going to change, where the cost of tariffs will be more deeply embedded and passed on to the consumer? What do you foresee as
our forecast, and I think almost all the forecasts are for there to be a one-time pass-through, which will go through the end of this year, well into next year.
Here we
and
go.
By the end of next year, the one-time increase from the tariffs will be done, and you'll be back to the non-tariff related inflation, which should be much closer to our 2% goal. That's almost everyone's base case. It's actually our job to make sure that that's the outcome, though. So we can't be in a situation where we're just going to assume that. We have to be. We can't leave that part of the goal unguarded. And so that's why we've been careful about cutting. We didn't want to cut too early. I mentioned in my remarks, we cut too early, we may find out in a year that inflation actually wasn't under control and it's back up to 3.5% or 4%. No one thinks this is the base case, but that's the risk of cutting too early or too much. Of course, the risk of cutting too late, as I mentioned, is
my 6670s went from
it's
$2 to $8. I got a 5.
And
Let's go.
It's just
But they went to 8.
policy.
Motherfucker.
Your two goals.
Pay attention here, guys.
Things you've got to make a compromise, and we really again haven't been.
Pay attention to what this flush
Yeah,
that's about to happen.
If it breaks 6670,
and
it goes to 6650.
We sort of have to look at both.
We can have a big waterfall.
We can't just say we're going to do this.
Oh, I don't think it's going to 6650. I think it'll get hit. Man, where it's going to get held up at.
They're coming into closer balance, I would say. We do see meaningful weakness in the labor market now. Very low job creation.
6657.
The unemployment rate's still low, though, and the quits rate is low. And a lot of things suggest that the labor market has reached a kind of unusual stability of much lower demand and much lower supply for workers. It's a really unusual kind of a balance, if you want to call it. Unless we think
I don't think it gets lower than 6657 today.
That are leading to depressed demand for labor.
Depressed demand for labor, based on surveys and talking to people who are doing hiring. I think is that.
Sorry.
Sure.
I still stand on my 6660, bro.
Love to talk to people after this. Businesses.
I still say that's where it's going to
A
go.
lot of hiring. They may be postponing major capex, major initiatives, major acquisitions, and they'll replace workers who retire, but they're not looking to grow. This isn't every company and every part of every company in the world. It's just an effect kind of at the margin. That's got to be part of it. I think that's the demand side. The supply side, of course, has a lot to do with immigration policy. So immigration was at a very high level for 2 or 3 years before this year. And
age pattern playing out.
Immigration has really gone close to zero, and immigration is not really contributing to. That's the demand side. The labor force growth, of course, it's been most of what labor force growth was, and now so at the same time you've got declining demand, and also declining supply of workers, of new workers.
One of your passions is demystifying the Fed. You enjoy speaking about it, and those that are Fed watchers are wondering, will there in fact be 2 additional rate cuts before the end of the year? Of course, we're uncertain about that, if I understood your comments correctly. What does it mean to demystify the Fed, and what can each of us in this room do to be better Fed watchers for the benefit of our own businesses, if you will?
So not so many years ago, maybe 40 years ago, and for a long time before that, the main theory of central banking was to be mysterious and obscure. In fact, Montague Norman, who's a very famous former head of the Bank of England, but ending in the middle of World War II, famously said, never apologize, never explain. And he thought that monetary policy worked back, and everyone thought it works best when no one understands. It's kind of mysterious. So starting maybe 40 years ago, a bunch of economists, including Alan Blinder and a number of others, said, that's wrong, because if markets and the public understand the way you'll react to incoming data, then they'll kind of do your job for you. And so they argued for greater transparency. And people said, that makes sense. So central banks started being transparent. The Fed didn't even issue a post-Federal Open Market Committee announcement until 1994. And then did so as an experiment just to see what would happen. So if you fast forward through, the 30 years since then, now we have a post-meeting statement, we have minutes, we have press conferences, every FOMC participant on Squawk Box with a press release. So, and maybe some people say it's too much, it's excessive, but so that's the way it's evolved. So we try really hard to communicate with the interested public in a way that is useful and comprehensible and jargon-free. That's what we focus on. And that's all we're trying to do. So we don't use their, every profession has their jargon, and you kind of need it for internal conversations, but we try not to do that. So that's all we're trying to do. A couple of thoughts about what I wouldn't say I can't make anyone a better Fed watcher or anything, but things I would want to tell people about the Fed. One is just this, that we're making decisions. Our decisions are made under elevated levels of uncertainty, even in normal times. The economy is fundamentally, no one has been able to predict the economy more than for the next few months. It's an unpredictable, it's this enormous entity, and it's just not that predictable. So we have to we take very much a risk management approach, and one of the risks we're managing is that we don't exactly understand what the current state of the economy is and where it's going to go. So we try to have policy that can cover the range of plausible outcomes, not just one outcome. So that's one thing. So we're never saying that we know the economy is going to do this or we know it's going to do that, because honestly, the famous statement is financial forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. So that's an
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low.
Yeah, boy.
Another is that you should, I just have to say this, whenever we make decisions, we're never, ever thinking about political things. And so we're based in Washington, D.C., and many of people, in Congress, and often things are seen through a lens of, is it good for this party or bad for this party or this politician? We're just not looking at things that way. We're looking at what's the best thing for the people that we serve in the medium term. What's the best policy?
Look at the VIX, Jack.
People don't believe us because they think, come on, they're really political.
VIX high of day,
Most
2.8%.
people who are calling us political, it's just a cheap shot. And also, we don't engage. We don't, our argument is doing our jobs. We don't get into back and forth with external people. We just do our jobs. We keep our head down and do our jobs. That's what we do.
So pissed that I covered
Those are two things I would.
the rest of my
Same
comments.
here.
The Fed.
So pissed. I did add the
We have
6660.
run out of time. We have come to the end of our program, and I'm wondering if there's anything additional that you'd like to share with the members here today, and again to help us be more prepared as we begin to look to 2026 and strategic plans for business and things on the horizon that would help to, of course, create more jobs and more prosperity.
So I'll say one more thing that struck me just now about the Fed, and that is, remember, we have a really important job: maximum employment, price stability. We regulate and supervise the banks. We operate parts of the payment system. But those things are really about cyclical demand management and financial stability. The policies that really matter for the U.S. economy in the long run, things like investment, particularly investment in people, that's not something we can do. I think we get a disproportionate amount of attention compared to the things that really matter for the country, which are the things that Congress can do and the private sector can do, which are the things that will really matter for future generations, are not interest rate policy and the things that we do as important as we are. And beyond that, I'll just say this has been great, as always. I've enjoyed talking to so many people here today. And, I love to get out and talk to people who are working in the real world, in the economy. There's nothing better than that.
All right, that's it for PayPal. That's a wrap. That's a wrap.
Constantly was out talking to people.
Oh, I bungled that SPX
Right,
put.
bro. My shit went to probably like $9 from $2. Let me see what they
I ended up taking like a 50% L on that.
I still say it drills.
They're just killing premium though right now. Like the 6660s are still only $2.
No, I did all right. I took half my cons out of $5. It went as high as $6.60, so $1.60 more. I'm okay. I just wish I would have sold it all at $5.
Genius Sports, the Honey Badger, don't give a fuck. It's been straight up all day today. 6% up at near highs of the day at $13.60.
Drill Team 6, boy. Let's go.
United Airline, lots of puts just came over for November 21st, 105s.
So it's
UKL.
beard. It's yeah, I heard that. Sorry about that. So it's a difference in where we look at things. You say that they was killing the premiums because they was holding at $2. I say that's indicative of a drop because it's holding the premium and it wasn't killing the premium.
Yeah, no, I stepped away for a bit. I got pretty upset at myself, but I got chopped up in that buy candle they had at 1/4 to 1. Paper handed.
Yeah, I'm not buying anything else for the day. That's it. I'm gonna just roll with what I have right now.
Same. I added some gold GLDs 350s for October 10th. So that's going my way, so it's not so bad.
I started adding. I'm gonna buy some dips on this if it starts to go back. NPWR, Net Power. They got partnerships with Baker Hughes and Occidental. Yeah, it's just kind of like energy stores, another energy storage play. This one is kind of similar to NRGV, in my opinion.
Getting a sell signal on SPY 30-minute chart.
That's because that bitch is selling, boy, or at least SPX is.
Yep, SPY is selling right now. I have 662.30 as my next level if it cannot hold this.
Oh, yeah, those
There we
contracts
go.
doubled.
6670 breaking down. Pay attention now. That's where it could go. Sorry if I interrupted somebody. I apologize.
I don't think you interrupted anybody. I think you're good.
Beer, did I interrupt you, bud?
No, I have not much to say.
You're so quiet when it's so loud in my behind me.
For whatever reason, Twitter's just super quiet on my end too. I have to like jack up the volume.
Oh, look at this big ass bear flag on Tesla. About to drop.
Already up 100% on the 6660s.
Full send, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Google's dumping.
So I was thinking that you could see a little bit of support right here on SPX, but it's looking like it's about to knife right through.
Yep. SPY
So I
is
got
dead.
66. Look, I got 66 as potential support. If that didn't hold, Jeffrey, the level I told you earlier is where it's going. Remember what level that is?
6600?
No, 6660. I didn't say no 6600. I told you I don't think it's getting to 6650. What do you mean? You know, still doesn't fucking listen. Are you kidding?
I'm gonna trim these SPX 6660 puts up 40%.
I'm selling a bunch right now, Kev. So I apologize. I'm not even paying attention, to be honest with you.
Big Kev been calling this level out for the past hour or more.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm the one that fucking said get in and sell it. So, and then everyone jumped on. But okay,
Bro, you get all the credit for it, bro. I just closed my last 6660 out,
Nice
up
job,
320%.
Fucking nice job.
Good job.
Yeah, you were the one that said it was gonna sell, bro. I'll give you all the credit.
Oh, I'm frustrated with myself.
I'm just collecting all the money
I'm
though.
frustrated with myself too. Kevin's better at staying. Dude, Kevin, you didn't get riled. Me and Beard get riled. That's why I love trading with you when I've got action on. I'm gonna take some rest here. 6.
All right, I got 2 runners left on the SPX 6660 puts.
Dude, I would have been making so much goddamn money if I would have kept my 6670s. That's why I love trading with you, Kevin, because even with that little push up, like you didn't get rattled.
That's because I had closed 3/4 of my position out when I was up 102%. So I'd already made a profit these for free. I just, and I never got a 15-minute candle close above 66.83. So like I said, that was the level. There was never a 15 candle close above it. So there was no sense to close anything.
Yeah, awesome stuff. I mean, I closed out half my position at 150% gain, and I should have just let the rest run. But when it went pulled all the way back up, I got out like at a fucking 20% gain on the rest of my cons, and now they're way up. They're like 300%, 400%. Anyways, but let's just be honest. This room saw this downside move, and congratulations for everyone who took the puts. They did fucking pay, and they're probably going to continue to pay. This could go to 66.50.
Yeah.
So
I don't
the
think it
room
gets
was
that
right.
low. I don't think it gets that low, bro. I don't see it. This is about the extent of where it's going to go. It'll probably go maybe $10 lower, and I don't just see it. Maybe not even like $7 or $5 lower. Not. It ain't getting to 66.50. If it does, it's full sale.
Yeah, look to the left. Yesterday's lows, right? So that's 66.48. So there's a possibility 66.50.
Bro, if it gets to 66.50, bro, it's full sale. It's gonna take out It's gonna take out yesterday's lows, bro. It's gonna be full, bro.
Well, I said it could. I'm not saying it is. I sold. I'm out.
I think that is more likely tomorrow. If Micron misses anything, then we're going to see a full sale because you're going to see AI selling off big.
That makes sense. That's how it's set up. That's exactly how it's set up.
Trimmed another one of these 6660 put at 50%, $265 a contract.
Hey, I got one thing from my boy V down there. V for the sell.
This guy.
I like that guy. I like our people down below. These guys aren't assholes. They're great people. Gordy's great.
Moving up my stops on the last runner
Look
I have.
at this, you guys.
That's because I blocked all the assholes.
Yeah, we needed to. It's much better. I hate these fucking dudes that never say shit but then talk shit when we mess up, once in a while.
Yeah, that's an instant block. Yeah, because it's like you're keeping score or some shit.
Yeah, yeah, and you never say anything. We're 66.60 is support here. Breaks below, grab 66.50s. We're going there. Not saying it is, but
if you grab them, if you grab the 66.50s by tomorrow or some shit, because it's gonna burn you, I think.
So if you look at the 5-minute people, since just to kind of figure out what I saw is it just kind of was rounding over. But if you put a triangle pattern, and once it broke the triangle, that's bearish. You saw everything rolling over. You saw the ADD line going. You saw VIX spiking, right? So it was basically, it just took time to get there, right? And I think it was all holding up from Powell to see what Powell's coming out. And then after Powell's gone, look at the sell we got. Just boom. They just said, okay, nothing new. Send it. But it wasn't because it was in a triangle pattern that broke down from the triangle pattern at the 5 today. You can easily draw that today's action. And once it broke that, that's a bearish pattern.
I'm out of my last contract for the 6660 puts.
Anyways. Beard left, right? He got upset. I lost I left a lot of money on the table too, Beard. Just FYI.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do this. Fuck this. Should I? 10% on these $7 puts for ticker OPEN. Open. Grab the $7 puts for this week.
Could get the reversion bounce coming.
We could. We got Frank. Get it. Oh, I'm not. You want to make me co-host, Kev? I'm sorry. It keeps disconnecting me when I go to coffee.
Yo, fuck that. You know what?
Yeah, I don't know. This might still just want to drill. That was just a lot of sell pressure. How many ticks was on that last sell, Heffery?
-1,000, partner. -1,000.
Oh yeah, nah, we're still gonna drill.
Hold,
Yeah, you're going. We're probably gonna go to
Bro.
6650, like you said,
I
bro.
grabbed-
Yeah, this is drill. This is drill team 6.
I grabbed the 6650 for tomorrow at 11:10. Just one contract.
This sell. Oh my God, premium's picking up. I shouldn't have sold. The 6650 where it's once. That's yesterday's opening range low. Mother truckers, they're doing it. They're doing it, Kev. Look at those. They're 350, man. I can't buy it.
I still look okay. So I got a level at 6653, 6652, 62. So it still might not get to 6650. But if you got the 6650, if you got the 6650 puts, they're gonna pay.
Yeah.
I got the 6650 for tomorrow at 11:10. They're at 1350 right now, 22%. I have a level.
Look, here we go.
SPX.
They broke 6660, right? Now it's going to go to 60, whatever Kevin said. You know, the 52.
I have 6649.
I even see 48. Yeah, I see 48, 40,
Yep.
50 area. We'll call it 50, right?
Yeah, that's why I
Ticker,
grabbed those for tomorrow.
ticker. Citigroup, Charlie, 103.29 drilling. Financials are headed through the floor.
Yep.
Yeah, we figured that much with the sell on the market. With this big sell on the market, everything's selling. It's time to triage your positions if you're not already paying attention to that. Start
this bitch is going.
DCA.
This bitch is going. We should have held. God damn it. It'd been fucking. I would have bought a car by now. God damn it. Look at this sell. Here's the waterfall.
These SPX.
Damn.
XPX 6650 for tomorrow, up $500 a contract.
You just got in them, dude.
Yeah, I only just got one though.
Look at the VIX, almost at $17, man.
They're at $16.
Never discount the Powell effect either way, right? If it dumps all the way. If it goes up all the way. Like it goes one or the other when he's speaking.
I moved my stops up on this. Bro, look at this drill.
I'm looking at it, bro.
V. I see you, bro. I'm not in this. Oh, I'm so.
Yeah, you're gonna get 6650 all day, and it could bounce there. It might bounce there. That's where you want to see the bounce at. You don't want to see it take out yesterday's low unless that's just drill team 6. 6648 gets taken out. It's over with. Let me see. Next level down would be 6630.
The gamma, it starts to fall off, so they're going to push it way below it. You know, it could if it breaks below 6650, then you'll see what we're talking about waterfall.
Bro, when I said 6660, you was like, "Dang, that's a long way down." You think it gets there?
Well, because I chose 6670 first. That was my first support. And you were like, no, support 6660. I go, okay, because it's the way the candles are moving.
I didn't say anything. I just said I like 6660s, and that's where I think it's going. That's why I grabbed those contracts. That's what I said verbatim.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about your position. I just said this is where I think it's going.
To
test the 5 on the daily.
Ticker, OPEN, $7 put for this week, up 25%. Trim.
So I said it was going to test the 5 on the daily, but I also caveated the fact that the 5 was going to move around.
So it was hard to guess how it was going to move. I thought we could see what we.
It was easy, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. So listen, hold on. And I'm just going to say this, and I'm saying this with the utmost humility that I can muster, bro. I'm saying this with all due respect and humble humility. I only looked at 15 an hour in the daily. So I referenced back with the big ass move we had yesterday. And I'm looking at the daily. We're overextended from the 5. I've been saying it all day. We're going to go. If we pull back, we're going to go retest the 5. Did I not say that multiple times?
100%.
When you say that you had the confidence to stay in it, because I'm knowing that we're in pullback mode, right? So we're already pulling back. If we're going to drill, we're going to test the 5. This is what we're gonna do. I've talked about it. Divine has talked about it. This is what price does, bro.
100%. But see,
No,
when
100%.
look at
But
the
see,
5 minute,
when
and it
I
was
look
just
at the
that
5 minute,
small
and it was just
meandering
that
down, so I was like,
small
I don't know if
meandering
this really
down. So I was
gusto.
like, I don't know if
I
this
didn't
really
know if we were gonna
gusto.
see this.
I didn't know if
Thought
we were
we
gonna
could.
see this.
I said
Let me
thought
give
we
let me
could.
give you a
I said
suggestion.
if
Let
we
me give
could.
you. I understand that.
Yeah.
I
Go
understand.
ahead.
Look at the daily time. Look at the daily every. Look at the daily every hour. Go look at the daily. See what price is in conjunction to your moving averages on the daily. To your moving averages on the
That's what I need
daily.
to do. You're absolutely
Move
right.
my
Here we are.
stops up to 500.
Here we are.
Stops up to 500. A contract on this.
We're at that. We're at that
653
and pushing way down. These candles are getting
pushing
big,
way
guys.
down. These
Here we
candles
are
are getting
52,
big, guys.
Here we
It's
are
going to
52.
6650
It's going
and
to
maybe 48.
50 and maybe 48.
If it pushes down low, man.
If
If
it
it
pushes
pushes
down
down
low,
low,
man,
man. This thing could
look at the
collapse.
fucking VIX.
Look at the fucking VIX.
66.
This. So remember when?
Remember when we said turn on the algos?
Remember when we said
Okay.
turn on the algos? This is what
Okay.
this is what it looks like.
I stopped
This is
trigger
what it
there.
looks like.
500 a contract trigger there. 500 a contract from 1110 to 1670.
This
I
for your
see
sell
Gex
algo.
being
This
added
for
at
your sell
Gex
algo.
being added at 65.25 negative.
Yeah, boy, I'm good. I'm Gucci
Yeah,
for the
boy,
day.
I'm
Let's
good.
go. Gucci for the
Thanks,
day.
Big
Let's
I
K.
go.
still say.
Bro. Thanks, Big
I
K.
still say no problem. I still say this isn't enough. I still say this isn't enough volume. This isn't enough for this to trigger the sell algo. For this to trigger the sell algo. This is kind of like take profit. This is kind of like pullback right before big pullback right before Micron's earnings get positioned. I'm just looking at the volume. The volume. I'm just looking at the volume. The volume isn't there yet. At least it's still early though. I mean, the volume still early though. I mean, the volume could get there.
Well, there's my second target right here.
There's my second target right here. We just hit it 66.
I'm not in it, and we're dropping.
I'm not
hard.
in it. And we're dropping.
It's going to go to 66.48.
It's going to go to 66.48. That's kind of the bottom of the range.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
It's got to bounce here, guys.
It's got to bounce here, guys.
Bye, baby. Love you, babe. Love you, babe. All right, so this is my second target.
All right, so this is my second target
after it broke 66.
Right here.
Right here.
Yeah, 66.49. Yeah, 45 is what I had, and 45 is what I had. Pretty much just hit that right now. Pretty much just hit that right now.
That range.
Yeah,
Here
it
it
is.
is.
If it goes through here,
Here it is.
Next
Oh,
goes
it blew through it. It blew through it. Oh, it blew through it. It's gonna drill it. It's gonna drill 66, 66, 66, 66, 15.
I see it.
I see that, Kev. I see it.
It's absolutely. It could do this.
This is what we're talking about. We wondered if we were going to get a waterfall. We wondered if
I
we were
have
going to get a waterfall.
66.35. I have 66.35 on this.
Well, that's the next level down, but that's the next level down, but it's gonna press through that in my opinion. It's gonna press through that in my opinion.
Oh shit! I have six. No way. No way.
Dude, they're expensive though. They're expensive though. They fucking.
Nah, you should already been in. You can't chase it. You should already been in. You can't chase it now.
I did.
Nah,
It's just one.
no, I did. It's just
I
one.
made money on those. Tomorrow, I'm good. Tomorrow, I'm good, bro.
My fuck.
Oh, watch it bounce
My
here.
fuck.
Oh, watch it bounce here.
Yep.
Watch it bounce
My
here.
SPX, my F70s went from $2 to $18 fucking dollars if I was still $18 fucking dollars if I was still 10 of them. 10 of them. I 10 of them. 10 of them.
I had bro, 20. I had of the 6680s yesterday. They went from $60 yesterday. They went from $60 to $19.
What are you doing, Frank? What are you doing, Frank?
Caught the knife, I'm out.
You were in this whole move, the whole move. You were in this whole move, the whole move.
Short 15, I got long 120. I got long 120 and made like 18K.
Jesus.
Boom.
Christ. Jesus.
Boom.
Let's go. Let's go.
Boom.
Let's go, baby.
Boom. Boom.
I'm out.
Came in and
He was all quiet the whole
baby.
fucking time. He was all quiet the whole fucking time. Frank, you got to
Man, Frank was late. Frank was late. Frank was late. Frank was late. We was on top of this all day.
I wasn't even in when you were covering. I was 15.
But you could be late and still be great and still be great. I said that earlier and still be great. Late and still be great.
We got the move right.
We're
fighting over fucking. We're fighting over fucking.
Ticker. Spy. Ticker. Target.
780, man. That was the price. 785. That was the price. 785. 780.
Yeah, there you go.
40 points quick.
Yeah, there you go.
Holy shit.
Spy hit that
Holy
target.
shit.
Spy hit that target and it's bouncing.
You have to wait till you see the whites of their eyes. You have to wait till you see the whites of their eyes.
Frank, can you hear BB? Frank, can you hear
I'm sorry,
BB?
guys.
Bullbear?
I'm sorry, guys.
Can you hear him? Frank, can you hear me?
Can't hear anybody.
Frank, can you hear
You're
me?
going in and out. You're going in and out. I'm just gonna be quiet.
Why don't you go down and we'll bring it back up? Why don't you go down and we'll bring it back up, Frank? Yeah, we'll bring it back up. Yeah, we'll bring it back up.
Damn, SPY and SPX hit those two targets and bounce. Those two targets and bounce. That's nuts. That's a huge sell-off, guys.
If this holds, this is a huge hold. If this holds, this is a huge hold.
And then we do it again to the other side. And then we do it again to the other side.
Yeah, man. Exactly. Yeah, man.
Let's fucking do it. That's the one thing I'm doing, man. That's the one thing I'm horrible at.
Mentality,
switching my mentality mid fucking
Ticker,
trade.
BA Boeing
ticker,
M pattern on Boeing M pattern on a 10
Three
minute.
black crows with a sell
Three black
signal.
crows with a sell
My
signal. My
calls
triggered at
calls
break even
triggered
on
at
Boeing.
break
Even on Boeing. But it's in an M pattern with a sell signal. With three black crows signal with three black crows. Super bearish. That's super bearish. And it broke on.
Super
And it
bearish.
broke on.
Super
And it broke
bearish.
on level BK.
Broke
Your
under
level
215.
BK.
Yep. Broke under 215. Yep.
That's super bearish. Yeah.
I'm only down
Super
10%
bearish.
on my
Yeah.
contracts. I'm only down 10% on my contracts.
Three negative
was that big sell-off right there.
Was that big sell-off. That's when
right
breath
there.
expands. That's
right?
when
The
breath
selling
expands. Right, the selling expands.
What did I just say? What the fuck was that? Oh yeah, open is dog shit. Dead. Open is dog shit. Dead.
Oh, this thing is fucking. This thing is fucking. They one direction so far. The one direction so far.
Ticker JETS. Ticker JETS. US Global Jets ETF. US Global Jets 10-minute chart. Three black crows and selling with a sell signal.
Yeah, it don't matter if I'm only down 10%. I'm gonna close that daily. It's super bear on Boeing. Super bear on Boeing. With that rejection.
So these American airline puts are starting to work. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. About time. About time.
Hey, Kev. I don't trade with EMAs. I don't trade with SMAs. I don't. Or SMAs. I don't. And I don't know why I don't do that. And I don't know why I don't do that. I should. But I lose confidence when I see confidence when I see go, you know, like that. Where you don't like that. Where you don't. So that's like I'll see the fucking move and I'll see the fucking move and I'll say this is where it's gonna go. When it starts to like bounce on me and stuff, that's when I kind of freak out and panic out. I kind of freak out and panic out and I put a stop in. Where you're just like no. Where you're just like no. That's why I love trading. That's why I love. That's why I love trading. That's why I love trading the room. We look at different things.
Oh, fuck.
Right, wrong, or indifference. It works. Right, wrong, or indifferent. It works for me. Right, wrong, or indifferent. It works for me.
It works for me too. No, but it works for me. Working with guys like you and BB as well. Look at different stuff. As well, look at different stuff.
Yeah, I gotta use those EMAs, bro. Like I'm not EMAs, bro. Like I'm not reading it. Just look at a chart. Like oh, just look at a chart. That's gonna do this. That's gonna do this.
I have all of those on my chart. I have all of those on my chart. Looks like a fucking coloring book, bro. So, but McDonald's is what we should have got into. McDonald's is what we should have got into. McDonald's. Look at this bounce on McDonald's, man. 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart.
Okay, this could be a reverse here.
Nah, what we should have got in was Tesla. What we should have got in was Tesla. Big ass bear flag. Big ass bear flag.
Where did that go?
Think about how much money you'd have made. You grab. Think about how much money you'd have made. You grab puts on that bitch.
426. 426. What?
Okay, I'm not seeing.
And it was at 430. And it was at 436 when I said that.
$10 drop, bro. It's a $10 drop, bro.
The SPX,
on Tesla.
On Tesla. The SPX, that was the game.
Yeah, I mean,
my 6670s went from $2 and went to $18.
No, SPX was to play. That's why we played. SPX was to play. That's why we played.
So real quick, possible support here and bounce here. I'm not seeing in the GACs right now. This could go back to 66. This could go back to 66. 73
I'm done with SPX for the day, bro. I'm done with SPX.
Man, I'm done everything. Man, I'm done shit else, bro. I'm not buying shit else, bro. I'm full.
Yeah,
I'm greedy. I'm greedy.
Well, hey, you're building a house. So it makes sense.
I did get all my fucking money. I did get all my fucking money that I should. It fucking sucks. I gotta learn to be more greedy. I gotta learn when I'm right. Be more greedy when I'm right.
Actually go on mute. Hit this devil's lettuce. Hit this devil's lettuce. And then I'll be back.
Man, I'm done. I'm about to shut it down.
If you want to, I'll open it. If you want to, I'll open it.
I'm trying to. Yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to.
You're done too, Frank?
You're
Definitely.
done
Let's
too,
So
Frank.
go.
Jeffrey,
Let's
I
go.
took a
You,
big risk
you,
there.
you,
I took a big risk there, and a lot of I gotta I gotta settle down. Like that was out of control.
but you did. No. But listen,
Hey,
there was
y'all, I'm gone. Sorry. Bye.
Yeah, there was
See you, bud.
God damn it! When you knew the day was going to end up, but you didn't profit 100% of what you could have. I'm not even close. Fuck, that pisses me off, Frank. I gotta get better at that, man.
Jeffrey, the only thing you gotta get better is moving on. That's it.
I know, dude. That's why I have no hair, bro. I just stress about it after it happens. Those are monster moves, man. Okay, we could be breaking the upside of this wedge and can go long here. I'm gonna grab some, put a stop, short to it. I'm chipping in like poker term, 66 70s. What happened? Oh, the fuckers just pulled it back. Frank took his 20 G's and left. Good for him. Invest. What are you seeing, bud? Anything you playing?
Nothing. I'm just looking that if we have a continuation on sell-off for next days, or it was just a 1 day event, 1 session event. I mean, the daily candle now is very ugly, yeah? It's bearish engulfing in here, so let's see how we close here.
Are you going to position yourself short at the end of this session?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if we close like this, I will try to buy a little hedge.
Hey, Monav, if you're eating, don't worry about it. But I remember earlier this morning I asked about TTD. Did you talk about it at that position when you were like laughing at me when I said, "Hey, did you talk Did you talk about TTD in those options, those contracts?" Oh, he's busy. He's eating, I think.
I don't know, but TTD flow for today is very bearish.
Oh, I have something where it's a million where it's bullish, and I think October.
I don't know. I see also October selling calls, 40 calls. Also massive selling of 40 calls.
Oh.
End of October.
They said in November $45 calls was like a million bought. Do you not see that?
45. I see also October
November.
45, but the open interest is higher, is bigger than the volume. So I don't take care, I don't pay attention to those. So I'm only looking for volume greater than open interest. And I don't see any bullish flow for TTD. Like, the one that comes. Let me, if I look here, if I go for smaller. Yeah, okay. Now I see like 200 contracts for November 45 calls.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not
but
good enough or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the chart is, at least we want to, we want to, come and, retrace, 50% of this gap, like that we had, after the news, after the earnings. So, yeah. I mean, for me, this is similar to Kava. Do you look at the Kava? I mean, in terms of the chart, they are, earnings gap down, and now we try to, maybe retrace 50% at least of the gap, but I don't know.
So we're basing out here. We're sideways trading. We'll see where it decides to go. Yeah, no, thank you, Invest.
Did you see the high of SPX, Jeffrey?
Did I see what?
High of SPX was like, double top, with yesterday high. So 60, 66, 99, 52, is like 48, cents, shy of 6,700, so yeah.
I mean, didn't we hit 6,700? Didn't we?
No, 48 cents lower. They play such, nasty.
Today SPX hit 67.11, right?
Really? I don't know. TradingView doesn't show me.
Hold on, I'll tell you exactly what we hit. Oh, 66.
99.52. Yeah, I think we lost Jeffrey. Jeffrey? We don't hear you, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, you cannot be heard.
Silencios, do you look at anything or?
I'm looking my wounds here. I did not participate in that trade on the SPX puts, and I went from up almost 1% in my account to now down 0.5%.
Yeah, it's all everywhere. So also for me. So
you all hear me?
Yeah, now
we hear
you,
you,
sir. Best?
Yeah, now we hear you. Okay, same as the other night, the other session. We hear you, but you don't hear us. So I will DM him.
Jeffrey, can you hear us? This is Monitive. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, that explains that.
I hear you, Monitor.
Yeah, he has some connection issues now. So let's see. I don't know, but look, we want to continue the sell-off here, you know? I mean, look at Tesla. Look at Nvidia. I don't know. Yeah, things are not look nice here.
When the market started selling off, Walmart took off.
Okay, you don't hear us, Jeffrey, so probably you think that we don't talk.
Now you can talk about him behind his back. He will never hear you.
Yeah. Actually, Sun posted something that there is like 20 billion kind of end of the month sell-off.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Pension rebalancing.
Yeah, pension wise. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, this is also a lot of profit taking.
lows. But sort of seeing a little bit of a base forming here, but I think that was a worthy area to take a stab back long. We have some lower volume areas now above us that need to get filled, and the higher volume is sort of what we're sitting on. So sort of the opposite setup of what was this morning. So it could be a decent day with two directional trades. We asked for some bi-directional action. We've gotten that possibility setting up here coming into the end of the day.
Yeah, I thought about trying to play the bounce a little bit, but to me, I was looking QQQ. It basically is reclaiming and holding previous day low, which is a good sign. SPY like wicked at one time and didn't even get down to it the second time, but seems to be along with what you were saying there as well. You go to like a daily, you can see a decent little shelf down here, like 660, 280 on SPY.
I
Which
just
on
got my fill at
ES is
15.
that 9, yeah, that 9 area basically on ES that you were talking about. I see the same shelf over on SPY.
Yeah, I just got to fill. I'm at a third size now at 15. We get over like 16 here. I mean, we have another 10, 15 points of very little volume. I like to look and see, you know, if the volume's above us or if the volume's below us, and you know, right now we're sort of at that sort of volume shelf if we're on an hourly. So the lack of volume is actually now above, and there's more supportive stuff underneath. So, you know, great short this morning, played out for more points than I took out of it, but nonetheless, it was a good short. I actually got a pretty decent gold short at 1.2. But I think that that trade's a little harder now.
Yeah, did it hit
Maybe
my
it gives us
full?
another chance to add back to this long now that I'm down to a third size, well protected. Even if we go back to lows, I can't lose money. So maybe it gives me another chance to sort of. That's what the trade this morning actually was really great with, was I had multiple 5, 6, 7 point scales where I was just able to keep adding back and scaling, adding back. I built like 25 points in credits before actually it sort of got a little slippy. So my trade was actually well made before it even fell apart. And then I actually exited sort of right on that move down before it really sort of fell apart to where I wanted to exit before. But because of that sort of just meandering around in that 8, 9 point range for a while, I was able to have a clearly defined area of risk to keep selling that area at 55, 54 and a half, and then scaling 48, 49 over and over again, which built a really nice cushion for myself.
I was just looking at gold. I had extension at 38.33. We got close to that, about 9 points away. But yeah, you make that kind of move in 2 to 3 days, you usually get some profit taking.
Yeah, I mean, gold usually goes way beyond sort of the expected moves. It tends to get a lot more follow through than other instruments and indexes. So like gold, I try and not like pick a top or a bottom on. I try and wait for the reversal and sort of that fake out breakout or fake breakdown type trade. Those tend to be very fruitful on that instrument particularly.
Yeah, and it's interesting because gold, obviously, like from a you have some tailwinds behind it in general, the anti-inflationary trade. Then you have this super bullish chart structure. And then you also have people that still use it kind of as a flight to safety at times. I mean, if you're trimming, I mean, I actually did this a little bit. You know, if you're trimming any profit in equity, do you want it sitting in cash or do you want it sitting in gold? Which I think you could make a decent argument there. I actually did a little bit, and then obviously this this breakout happened, and now I'm like, okay, well, do I sell some of the gold back and
Well,
trim some of
there's
that?
some. I think there's other options too. I mean, sort of where it is right now. I think TLT is a safe place to put some money. I think that there's other treasury-based ETFs and even some mutual funds. There's actually a really good treasury mutual fund that I own that it has been a really nice safe harbor place where to park some money when I need to just take some out of the stock market. Which is sort of what I've been doing in the last couple of weeks. Sort of mistake I made on the COVID rebound was I sold a lot of stuff and built a cash pile sort of too early, and found myself, 75% exposure versus 90% exposure, which is sort of my normal is sort of 90% exposure. When things get really extended, I'll go to like 75% exposure. I very rarely will go lower than 75% exposure to stocks in my long-term portfolios and retirement accounts. Turning 40 this year, so still sort of on the can be aggressive age time frame for investing, and so I don't typically get less than 75% invested in the market. Sometimes I'll get a little bit less in my like sort of medium term accounts, but I try and stay pretty well invested. Right now I'm like 85, 87%. And I would like to sort of get to like 83, 80% and have a little bit of a cash pile for if we do get a pull down to like the 200 day or something where I could add back. But that's sort of one of the hardest things about investing is actually fighting the urge to overdo it and do too much. Where sort of my biggest successes have been when I've done too little and not really touched something for quite some while.
What's up, Nara? What's up, Gov?
Everybody?
What's happening?
Rosh Hashanah starts, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Smooth's not around, I believe. He's celebrating today, tomorrow, which is great.
Well, at least we had our own celebration today with the market.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just a sweet ass read we had on the spaces.
Finally got going after that little morning consolidation.
Yeah. Well, we kept saying we just needed to break in that 45 area.
Gotta break the range, which way, either way, just gotta break it and get some momentum going.
Yeah, I guess there was some pretty heavy put buying up there late in the day yesterday and at the open. That's what I was hearing. Linda Raschke was commenting on it, which kind of makes sense. And Emp with the infamous Batman trade.
Oh yeah, you see that?
He sent me. He sent us the photo in a room.
That was funny.
I was cracking up. Well, yeah, I guess we all had the same read. I wasn't necessarily looking at it as the Batman, but I see where he's going with it.
One of those like you take like something that actually happens in the market and then you just put some kind of funny name, label, picture on it. The other one I really like is the electrical outlet, where you have like a down candle, and then you have like a small candle that would be like the plug-in, and then you've got the other side of the plug-in that's a little bit shorter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. it's basic stuff. But it went on a day like today. I mean, I got in. I didn't catch as much of the short as I wanted to on the future side, but I had a lot of puts that I was adding yesterday, so
Oh, good.
I was well balanced on the risk side of stuff, I guess. But once that drop happens, I don't have a whole lot that I wanted to do at the time, so that's when I start just getting creative and doing other things,
That was
like
good.
drawing Batman on there, which is obviously just a kind of a double top rejection with a big volume gap under it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a technical term, but it's fun to put it on the chart.
No, it's like, I mean, we kind of traded around two ways in that 55 half area down to the 45, 49 and 45. And, then basically when it traded back up and basically just did it again, we finally broke. I basically sold back my scales, the ones that I paid 44 and 45 for. I basically sold them back into the market and added to the position and wrote it down. So basically, effectively, I was still in the same short from 55 half. It was basically just selling back scales. It's a good trade. And now it's about, what are you doing for me now, right? That's in the past. I didn't really trim. I was already about 40% cash in my equity positions, my long-term account. So I didn't really trim. I mean, I've got some good stuff that's kind of in there from, back in April, and I've kind of just traded in and around that core position, and really just, I mean, I'm taking like I don't even call it a hit. I think I'm down 1.14% today. So I've balanced it pretty well, and just the fact that having that cash quotient is pretty significant, and that's my hedge. I just keep trimming, but I didn't trim anything up there. I have enough cash that I'm just looking to be a buyer if we get a move further lower here.
I went through yesterday, and basically, I did some trimming. I just did some like half trimming and then half just kind of reallocating, like getting some stuff out that I didn't really care to, maybe hold or take some of it down to some certain positions. Got that worked out well. Had become bigger than I wanted them to, so kind of just reallocated, half trim, half reallocate, and I mean the timing so far worked out decently for it, but I'm not trying to call a top or anything. I just felt like it was a good spot, on the chart to do a little bit of that. So we'll see.
Definitely. I mean, I could see us going back into the 66, 88 area. I think that's kind of a pivotal area below here. Below the in ES, so below the 6,700 down to 88. You can see that consolidation area from Thursday. Then into Friday morning, and then we kind of tested that low and we kind of ramped up from there. So, I mean, I could definitely see that. I mean, why not? I mean, as we always talk about, you got to bleed off a little bit of pressure and then kind of build a base in order to go higher.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
What's up? There he is. What's up, Batman?
Yeah, that was a new one for me, but I'm logging that in the database for sure.
Well, my work's done then.
It was kind of funny, wasn't it, Josh?
Don't ever miss the A+ setup of Batman shorts again. That was incredible.
Yeah, whenever there's one thing I really like to do. It's just put random terms that are funny on a chart pattern. I'll have to go find my.
Yeah, we've got.
I used to have one that was called the Loch Ness Monster.
I need to see that one.
It was drawn freehand, and it was essentially when you had a. To be honest, today actually sort of looked like it. Stand by.
Uh-oh, we're gonna get a Loch Ness Monster in real time.
Who drew this? Who did this?
This
Apparently,
was me and
Nora.
Derek or Bateman for many years. We used to draw random things on charts and see. And Loch Ness Monster ended up being a setup that we traded more often than not. That actually worked, or Nessie, as we would call it. But I'll draw the Loch Ness Monster.
No, we had a Paper Gains had some funny ones too. He's got like a bony